The Gentleman from Indiana by Booth Tarkington. Read in English for the 10th First Chapter Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 1. The Young Man Who Came to Stay. There is a fertile stretch of flatlands in Indiana where unagrarian Eastern travelers, glancing from car windows, shudder and return their eyes to interior upholstery, preferring even the swaying caparisons of a Pullman to the monotony without. The landscape lies interminably level, bleak in winter, a desolate plain of mud and snow, hot and dusty in summer, in its flat lonesomeness, miles on miles with not one cool hill slope away from the sun. The persistent tourist who seeks for signs of man in this sad expanse perceives a reckless amount of rail fence, at intervals a large barn, and here and there man himself, incurious, patient, slow, looking up from the fields apathetically as the limited flies by. Widely separated from each other are small frame railway stations, sometimes with no other building in sight, which indicates that somewhere behind the adjacent woods a few shanties and thin cottages are grouped about a couple of brick stores. On the station platforms there are always 2 or 3 wooden packing boxes, apparently marked for travel, but they are sacred from disturbance and remain on the platform forever. Possibly the right train never comes along. They serve to enthrone a few station loafers, who look out from under their hat brims at the faces in the car windows with the languid scorn a permanent fixture always has for a transient, and the pity an American feels for a fellow being who does not live in his town. Now and then the train passes a town built scatteringly about a courthouse, with a mill or 2 humming near the tracks. This is a county seat, and the inhabitants in the local papers refer to it confidently as our city. The heart of the flat lands is a central area called Carlow County, and the county seat of Carlow is a town unhappily named in honor of its first settler, William Platt, who cherished it with his blood. Natives of this place have sometimes remarked easily that their city had a population of from 5,000 to 6,000 souls. It is easy to forgive them for such statements. Civic pride is a virtue. The social and business energy of Plattville concentrates on the square. Here in summertime the gentlemen are wont to lounge from store to store in their shirt-sleeves, and here stood the old red-brick courthouse, loosely fenced in a shady grove of maple and elm. Slippery Elm, called the courthouse yard, when the sun grew too hot for the dry goods box whittlers in front of the stores around the square, and the occupants of the chairs in front of the Palace Hotel on the corner, they would go across and drape themselves over the courthouse fence, under the trees, and leisurely carve their initials on the top board. The farmers hitched their teams to the fence, for there were usually loafers energetic enough to shout "Whoa!" if the flies worried the horses beyond patience. In the yard, amongst the weeds and tall, unkempt grass, chickens foraged all day long. The fence was so low that the most matronly hen flew over with propriety, and there were gaps that accommodated the passage of itinerant pigs. Most of the latter, however, preferred the cool wallows of the less important street corners. Here and there a big dog lay asleep in the middle of the road, knowing well that the easy-going Samaritan, in his case, would pass by on the other side. Only one street attained to the dignity of a name, Main Street, which formed the north side of the square. In Carlow County, descriptive location is usually accomplished by designating the adjacent as up at Bardlock's, down by Showfields, right where Hibbards live, across from Sol Tibbs, or other side of Jones's Field. In winter, Main Street was a series of frozen gorges and land hummocks. In fall and spring, a river of mud. In summer, a continuing dust heap. It was the best street in Plattville. The people lived happily, and while the world whirled on outside, they were content with their own. It would have moved their surprise as much as their indignation to hear themselves spoken of as a secluded community. For they sat up all night to hear the vote of New York, every campaign. Once, when the president visited Rowan, 70 miles away, there were only a few bankrupts, and not a baby amongst them, left in the deserted homes of Carlow County. Everybody had adventures, almost everybody saw the great man, and everybody was glad to get back home again. It was the longest journey some of them ever set upon, and these, elated as they were over their travels, determined to think twice ere they went that far from home another time. On Saturdays the farmers enlivened the commercial atmosphere of Platteville, and Miss Tibbs, the postmaster's sister and clerk, used to make a point of walking up and down Main Street as often as possible, to get a thrill in the realization of some poetical expressions that haunted her pleasingly, phrases she had employed frequently in her poems for the Carlow County Herald. When 30 or 40 country people were scattered along the sidewalks in front of the stores on Main Street, she would walk at nicely calculated angles to the different groups, so as to leave as few gaps as possible between the figures, making them appear as near a solid phalanx as she could. Then she would murmur to herself, with the accent of soulful revel, the thronged city streets, and within the thronged city, or where the thronging crowds were swarming in the great cathedral rows. Although she had never been beyond Carlow and the bordering counties in her life, all her poems were of city streets and bustling multitudes. She was one of those who had been unable to join the excursion to Rowan when the president was there, but she had listened avidly to her friend's descriptions of the crowds. Before that time her muse had been sylvan, speaking of flowers of May, and hinting at thoughts that overcame her when she roved the woodlands through. But now the inspiration was become decidedly municipal and urban, evidently reluctant to depart beyond the retail portions of a metropolis. Her verses beginning, "O my native city, bride of Hibbard's winding stream," Hibbard's Creek runs west of Platteville, except in time of drought, "when thy myriad lights are shining, and thy faces, like a dream, go flitting down thy sidewalks when their daily toil is done," were pronounced at the time of their publication the best poem that had ever appeared in the Herald. This unlucky newspaper was a thorn in the side of every patriot of Carlow County. It was a poor paper. Everybody knew it was a poor paper. It was so poor that everybody admitted it was a poor paper. Worse, the neighboring county of Amo possessed a better paper, the Amo Gazette. The Carlow County Herald was so everlastingly bad that Platteville people bent their heads bitterly, and admitted even to citizens of Amo that the Gazette was the better paper. The Herald was a weekly, issued on Saturday. Sometimes it hung fire over Sunday and appeared Monday evening. In their pride, the Carlow people supported the Herald loyally and long. But finally subscriptions began to fall off, and the Gazette gained them. It came to pass that the Herald missed fire altogether for several weeks. Then it came out feebly, 2 small advertisements occupying the whole of the 4th page. It was breathing its last. The editor was a clay-colored gentleman with a goatee, whose one surreptitious eye betokened both indolence of disposition and a certain furtive shrewdness. He collected all the outstanding subscriptions he could on the morning of the issue just mentioned, and, thoughtfully neglecting several items on the other side of the ledger, departed from Platteville forever. The same afternoon a young man from the east alighted on the platform of the railway station north of the town, and entering the rickety omnibus that lingered there, seeking whom it might rattle to deafness, demanded to be driven to the Herald building. It did not strike the driver that the newcomer was precisely a gay young man when he climbed into the omnibus, but an hour later, as he stood in the doorway of the edifice he had indicated as his destination, depression seemed to have settled into the marrow of his bones. Platteville was instantly alert to the stranger's presence, and interesting conjectures were hazarded all day long at the back door of Martin's Dry Goods Emporium, where all the clerks from the stores around the square came to play checkers or look on at the game. This was the club during the day. In the evening, the club and the game removed to the drug, book, and wallpaper store on the corner. At supper, The new arrival and his probable purposes were discussed over every table in the town. Upon inquiry, he had informed Jud Bennett, the driver of the omnibus, that he had come to stay. Naturally, such a declaration caused a sensation, as people did not come to Platteville to live, except through the inadvertency of being born there. In addition, the young man's appearance and attire were reported to be extraordinary. Many of the curious, among them most of the marriageable females of the place, took occasion to pass and repass the sign of the Carlow County Herald during the evening. Meanwhile, the stranger was seated in the dingy office upstairs with his head bowed low on his arms. Twilight stole through the dirty window panes and faded into darkness. Night filled the room. He did not move. The young man from the East had bought the Herald from an agent, had bought it without ever having been within 100 miles of Platteville. He had vastly overpaid for it. Moreover, the price he had paid for it was all the money he had in the world. The next morning he went bitterly to work. He hired a compositor from Rowan, a young man named Parker, who set type all night long and helped him pursue advertisements all day. The citizens shook their heads pessimistically. They had about given up the idea that the Herald could ever amount to anything, and they betrayed an innocent but caustic doubt of ability in any stranger. One day the new editor left a note on his door. "Will return in 15 minutes. Mr. Rodney McCune, a politician from the neighboring county of Gaines, happening to be in Platteville on an errand to his henchman, found the note and wrote beneath the message the scathing inquiry, 'Why?' When he discovered this addendum, the editor smiled for the first time since his advent, and reported the incident in his next issue, using the rubric, 'Why has the Herald returned to life?' as a text for a rousing editorial on honesty in politics, a subject of which he already knew something. The political district to which Carlow belonged was governed by a limited number of gentlemen whose wealth was ever on the increase, and honesty in politics was a startling conception to the minds of the passive and resigned voters, who discussed the editorial on the street corners and in the stores. The next week there was another editorial, personal and local in its application, and thereby it became evident that the new proprietor of the Herald was a theorist who believed, in general, that a politician's honor should not be merely of that middling healthy species known as honor amongst politicians, and in particular that Rodney McCune should not receive the nomination of his party for Congress. Now Mr. McCune was the undoubted dictator of the district, and his followers laughed at the stranger's fantastic onset. But the editor was not content with a word of print. He hired a horse and rode about the county, and to his own surprise, he proved to be an adaptable young man who enjoyed exercise with a pitchfork to the farmer's profit while the farmer talked. He talked little himself, but after listening an hour or so, he would drop a word from the saddle as he left, and then by some surprising wizardry, the farmer, thinking over the interview, decided that there was some sense in what that young fellow said, and grew curious to see what the young fellow had further to say in the Herald. Politics is the one subject that goes to the vitals of every rural American, and a Hoosier will talk politics after he is dead. Everybody read the campaign editorials and found them interesting, although there was no one who did not perceive the utter absurdity of a young stranger's dropping into Carlow and involving himself in a party fight against the boss of the district. It was entirely a party fight, for by grace of the last gerrymander, the nomination carried with it the certainty of election. A week before the convention there came a provincial earthquake. The news passed from man to man in awestruck whispers. McCune had withdrawn his name, making the hollowest of excuses to his cohorts. Nothing was known of the real reason for his disordered retreat, beyond the fact that he had been in Platteville on the morning before his withdrawal, and had issued from a visit to the Herald office in a state of palsy. Mr. Parker, the Rowan printer, had been present at the close of the interview, but he held his peace at the command of his employer. He had been called into the sanctum, and had found McCune, white and shaking, leaning on the desk. "Parker," said the editor, exhibiting a bundle of papers he held in his hand, "I want you to witness a verbal contract between Mr. McCune and myself. These papers are an affidavit, and copies of some records of a streetcar company which obtained a charter while Mr. McCune was in the state legislature. They were sent to me by a man I do not know, an anonymous friend of Mr. McCune's, in fact, a friend he seems to have lost. On consideration of our not printing these papers, Mr. McCune agrees to retire from politics for good. You understand, if he ever lifts his head again, politically, we publish them, and the courts will do the rest. Now, in any case anything should happen to me, something will happen to you, all right, broke out McCune. You can bank on that, you black— Come, the editor interrupted, not unpleasantly. Why should there be anything personal in all this? I don't recognize you as my private enemy, not at all. And I think you are getting off rather easily, aren't you? You stay out of politics and everything will be comfortable. You ought never to have been in it, you see. It's a mistake not to keep square, because in the long run somebody is sure to give you away, like the fellow who sent me these. You promise to hold to a strictly private life? You're a traitor to the party, groaned the other. But you only wait. The editor smiled sadly. Wait nothing. Don't threaten, man. Go home to your wife. I'll give you 3 to 1 she'll be glad you are out of it. I'll give you 3 to 1, said McCune, that the Whitecaps will get you if you stay in Carlo. You want to look out for yourself, I tell you, my smart boy. Good day, Mr. McCune, was the answer. Let me have your note of withdrawal before you leave town this afternoon. The young man paused a moment, then extended his hand, as he said, Shake hands, won't you? I haven't meant to be too hard on you. I hope things will seem easier and gayer to you before long. And if anything should turn up that I can do for you in a private way, I'll be very glad, you know. Goodbye. The sound of the Herald's victory went over the state. The paper came out regularly. The townsfolk bought it and the farmers drove in for it. Old subscribers came back. Old advertisers renewed. The Herald began to sell in ammo. And Gaines County people subscribed. Carlo folk held up their heads when journalism was mentioned. Presently the Herald announced a news connection with Rowan, and with that, in the aid of patent insides, began an era of 3 issues a week, appearing on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. The Platteville brass band serenaded the editor. During the second month of the new regime of the Herald, the working force of the paper received an addition. One night the editor found some barroom loafers tormenting a patriarchal old man who had a magnificent head and a grand white beard. He had been thrown out of a saloon, and he was drunk with the drunkenness of 3 weeks' steady pouring. He propped himself against a wall and reproved his tormentors in Latin. I'm walking your way, Mr. Fisby, remarked the journalist, hooking his arm into the old man's. Suppose we leave our friends here and go home. Mr. Fisby was the one inhabitant of the town who had an unknown past. No one knew more about him than that he had been connected with a university somewhere, and had traveled in unheard-of countries before he came to Platteville. The glamour of romance was thrown about him by the gossips, to which he ever proved a fund of delightful speculation. There was a dark, portentous secret in his life, it was agreed, an opinion not too well confirmed by the old man's appearance. His fine eyes had a pathetic habit of wandering to the horizon in a questioning fashion that had a queer sort of hopelessness in it, as if his quest were one for the Holy Grail, perhaps, and his expression was mild, vague, and sad. He had a look of race and blood, and yet at the first glance one saw that he was lost in dreams, and one guessed that the dreams would never be of great practicability in their application. Some such impression of Fisby was probably what caused the editor of the Herald to nickname him, in his own mind, the White Knight, and to conceive a strong if whimsical fancy for him. Old Fisby had come, from nobody knew where, to Platteville to teach, and had been principal of the high school for 10 years, instructing his pupils after a peculiar fashion of his own, neglecting the ordinary courses of high school instruction to lecture on archaeology to the dumbfounded scholars, growing year by year more forgetful and absent, lost in his few books and his own reflections, until, though undeniably a scholar, he had been discharged for incompetency. He was old, he had no money and no way to make money, he could find nothing to do. The blow had seemed to daze him for a time, then he began to drop in at the hotel bar, where Wilkerson, the professional drunkard, favored him with his society. The old man understood. He knew it was the beginning of the end. He sold his books in order to continue his credit at the palace bar, and once or twice, unable to proceed to his own dwelling, spent the night in a lumber yard, piloted thither by the hardier veteran, Wilkerson. The morning after the editor took him home, Thisbe appeared at the Herald office in a new hat and a decent suit of black. He had received his salary in advance, his books had been repurchased, and he had become the reportorial staff of the Carlow County Herald. Also, he was to write various treatises for the paper. For the first few evenings, when he started home from the office, his chief walked with him, chatting heartily until they had passed the palace bar. But Thisbe's redemption was complete. The old man had a daughter. When she came to Platteville, he told her what the editor of the Herald had done for him. The journalist kept steadily at his work, and as time went on, the bitterness of his predecessor's swindle he had left him passed away, but his loneliness and a sense of defeat grew and deepened. When the vistas of the world had opened to his first youth, he had now thought to spend his life in such a place as Platteville, but he found himself doing it, and it was no great happiness to him that the congressional representative of the district, the gentleman whom the Herald's opposition to McEwen had sent to Washington, came to depend on his influence for renomination. Nor did the realization that the editor of the Carlow County Herald had come to be McEwen's successor as political dictator produce a perceptibly enlivening effect on the young man. The years drifted very slowly, and to him it seemed they went by while he stood far aside and could not even see them move. He did not consider the life he led an exciting one, but the other citizens of Carlow did when he undertook a war against the Whitecaps. The natives were much more afraid of the Whitecaps than he was. They knew more about them and understood them better than he did. End of Chapter 1 of The Gentleman from Indiana by Booth Tarkington.
Highways and Byways in Sussex by E.V. Lucas, read in English for the 10th First Chapter Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org, read by Peter Yearsley. Midhurst. If it is better in exploring a county to begin with its least interesting districts, and to end with the best, I have made a mistake in the order of this book. I should rather have begun with the comparatively dull, hot, inland, hilly region of the north-east, and have left it at the cool chalk downs of the Hampshire border. But if one's first impression of new country cannot be too favourable, we have done rightly in starting at Midhurst, even at the risk of a loss of enthusiasm in the concluding chapters. For although historically, socially, and architecturally North Sussex is as interesting as South Sussex, the crown of the county's scenery is the Downs, and its most fascinating districts are those which the Downs dominate. The farther we travel from the Downs and the sea, the less unique are our surroundings. Many of the villages in the northern Weald, beautiful as they are, might equally well be in Kent or Surrey. A visitor suddenly alighting in their midst, say from a balloon, would be puzzled to name the county he was in, but the Downs and their dependencies are essential Sussex. Hence a Sussex man in love with the Downs becomes less happy at every step northward. One cause of the unique character of the Sussex Downs is their virginal security, their unassailable independence. They stand, a silent, undiscovered country, between the seething pleasure towns of the seaboard plain and the trim estates of the Weald. Londoners, for whom Sussex has a special attraction by reason of its proximity, note Brighton's beach is the nearest to the capital in point of time, end note, either pause north of the Downs or rush through them in trains, on bicycles, or in carriages to the sea. Houses there are among the Downs, it is true, but they are old established, the homes of families that can remember no other homes. There is as yet no fashion for residences in these altitudes. Until that fashion sets in, and may it be far distant, the Downs will remain essential Sussex, and those that love them will exclaim with Mr. Kipling, God gave all men all earth to love, but since man's heart is small, ordains for each one spot shall prove beloved over all. Each to his choice, and I rejoice the lot has fallen to me, in a fair ground, yea, Sussex by the sea. If we are to begin our travels in Sussex with the best, then Midhurst is the starting point, for no other spot has so much to offer, a quiet country town, gabled and venerable, unmodernised and unambitious, with a river, a Tudor ruin, a park of deer, heather commons, immense woods, and the Downs only 3 miles distant. Moreover, Midhurst is also the centre of a very useful little railway system, which, having only a single line in each direction, while serving the traveller, never annoys him by disfiguring the country or letting loose upon it crowds of vandals. Single lines always mean thinly populated country. As a pedestrian poet has sung, My heart leaps up when I behold a single railway line, for then I know the wood and wold are almost wholly mine. And Midhurst, being on no great high road, is nearly always quiet. Nothing ever hurries there. The people live their own lives, passing along their few narrow streets and the one broad one, under the projecting eaves of timbered houses, unrecking of London and the world. Sussex has no more contented town. The church, which belongs really to St. Mary Magdalene, but is popularly credited to St. Denis, was never very interesting, but is less so now that the Montague tomb has been moved to Easebourne. 20 years ago, I remember, an old house opposite the church was rumoured to harbour a pig-faced lady. I never had sight of her, but as to her existence and her cast of feature, no one was in the least doubt. Pig-faced ladies, once so common, seem to have gone out, just as the day of spring-heeled Jack is over. Sussex once had her spring-heeled Jacks, too, in some profusion. Cowdray Park is gained from the High Street, just below the Angel Inn, by a causeway through water meadows of the Rother. The house is now but a shell, never having been rebuilt since the fire which ate out its heart in 1793, yet a beautiful shell, heavily draped in rich green ivy, that before long must here and there forget its earlier duty of supporting the walls, and thrust them too far from the perpendicular to stand. Cowdray, built in the reign of Henry VIII, did not come to its full glory until Sir Andrew Browne, afterwards first Viscount Montague, took possession. The seal was put upon its fame by the visit of Queen Elizabeth in 1591. Note, Edward VI had been banqueted there by Sir Anthony in 1552, marvellously, nay, rather excessively, as he wrote, end quote, as some return for the loyalty of her host, who, although an old man, in 1588, on the approach of the Armada, had ridden straightway to Tilbury with his sons and his grandson, the first to lay the service of his house at Her Majesty's feet. A rare pamphlet is still preserved, describing the festivities during Queen Elizabeth's sojourn. On Saturday, about 8 o'clock, Her Majesty reached the house, travelling from Farnham, where she had dined. Upon sight of her, loud music sounded. It stopped when she set foot upon the bridge, and a real man, standing between 2 wooden dummies, whom he exactly resembled, began to flatter her exceedingly. Until she came, he said, the walls shook and the roof tottered, but one glance from her eyes had steadied the turret for ever. He went on to call her virtue immortal, and herself the miracle of time, nature's glory, fortune's empress, and the world's wonder. Elizabeth, when he had made an end, took the key from him, and embraced Lady Montague and her daughter the Lady Dormire, whereupon, quote, the mistress of the house, as it were weeping in the bosom, said, O happy time, O joyful day, end quote. These preliminaries over, the fun began. At breakfast next morning, 3 oxen and 140 geese were devoured. On Monday, August the 17th, Elizabeth rode to her bower in the park, took a crossbow from a nymph who sang a sweet song, and with it shot 3 or 4 deer carefully brought within range. After dinner, standing on one of the turrets, she watched 16 bucks pulled down with greyhounds in a lawn. On Tuesday the Queen was approached by a pilgrim, who first called her fairest of all creatures, and expressed the wish that the world might end with her life, and then led her to an oak, whereon were hanging escutcheons of Her Majesty and all the neighbouring noblemen and gentlemen. As she looked, a wild man, clad all in ivy, appeared, and delivered an address on the importance of loyalty. On Wednesday the Queen was taken to a goodly fish pond, now a meadow, where was an angler. After some words from him, a band of fishermen approached, drawing their nets after them, whereupon the angler, turning to Her Majesty, remarked that her virtue made envy blush and stand amazed. Having thus spoken, the net was drawn, and found to be full of fish, which were laid at Elizabeth's feet. The entry for this day ends with the sentence, "That evening she hunted." On Thursday the lords and ladies dined at a table 48 yards long, and there was a country dance with tabor and pipe, which drew from Her Majesty gentle applause. On Friday the Queen knighted 6 gentlemen, and passed on to Chichester. A year later the first Lord Montague died. He was succeeded by another Anthony, the author of the Book of Orders and Rules, for the use of the family at Cowdray, and the dedicatee of Anthony Copley's Fig for Fortune, 1596. Copley has a certain Sussex interest of his own, having astonished, not a little, the good people of Horsham. A contemporary letter describes him as, quote, "the most desperate youth that liveth. He did shoot at a gentleman last summer, and did kill an ox with a musket, and in Horsham church he threw his dagger at the parish clerk, and it stuck in a seat of the church. There liveth not his like in England for sudden attempts." End quote. Subsequently the conspirator poet must have calmed down, for he states in the dedication to My Lord that he is, quote, "now winnowed by the fan of grace and Zionry." End quote. Today he would say saved. Copley, after narrowly escaping capital punishment for his share in a Jesuit plot, disappeared. The instructions given in Lord Montague's Book of Orders and Rules illustrate very vividly the generous amplitude of the old Cowdray establishment. Thus, my carver and his office. I will that my carver, when he cometh to the ewery board, do there wash together with the sewer, and that done, be armed videlt with an armenge towel cast about his neck, and put under his girdle on both sides, and one napkin on his left shoulder, and another on the same arm, and thence being brought by my gentleman usher to my table, with 2 courtesies thereto, the one about the midst of the chamber, the other when he cometh to it, that he do stand seemly and decently, with due reverence and silence, until my diet and fare be brought up, and then do his office. And when any meat is to be broken up, that he do carry it to a side table, which shall be prepared for that purpose, and there do it. When he hath taken up the table, and delivered the voider to the yeoman usher, he shall do reverence, and return to the ewery board, there to be unarmed. My will is that for that day he have the precedence and place next to my gentleman usher at the waiter's table. My gentlemen waiters. I will that some of my gentlemen waiters hearken when I or my wife at any time do a walk abroad, that they may be ready to give their attendance upon us, some at one time, and some at another, as they shall agree amongst themselves. But when strangers are in the place, then I will that in any sort they be ready to do such a service for them as the gentleman usher shall direct. I will further that they be daily present in the great chamber or other place of my diet, about 10 of the clock in the forenoon, and 5 in the afternoon, without fail, for performance of my service, unless they have license from my steward or gentleman usher to the contrary, which, if they exceed, I will that they make known the cause thereof to my steward, who shall acquaint me therewithal. I will that they dine and sup at a table appointed for them, and there take place next after the gentlemen of my horse and chamber, according to their seniorities in my service." End quote. The third Viscount Montagu was not remarkable, but his account books are quaint reading. From July 1657 to July 1658, his steward spent £1,945 10s. Solely in little personal matters for his master. Among the disbursements were, on September the 11th, 14d. for washing Will Stapler; on November the 22nd, 1s. 4d. to the Lewis carrier, for bringing a box of puddings for my mistress and my master; on January the 17th, £4 to Mr. Fisk, the dancing master, for teaching my master to dance, being 2 months; and on April the 21st, 7s. for a tooth for my lord. The fifth Viscount was a man of violent temper. On reaching Mass one day and finding it half done, he drew his pistol and shot the chaplain. The outcry all over the country was loud and vengeful, and my lord lay concealed for 15 years in a hiding-hole contrived in the masonry of Cowdray for the shelter of persecuted priests. The peer emerged only at night, when he roamed the close walks, repentant and sad. Lady Montagu would then steal out to him, dressing all in white, to such good purpose that the desired rumours of a ghost soon flew about the neighbourhood. The curse of Cowdray, which, if genuinely pronounced, has certainly been wonderfully fulfilled, dates from the gift of Battle Abbey by Henry VIII to Sir Anthony Browne, the father of Queen Elizabeth's host and friend. Sir Anthony seized his new property and turned the monks out of the gates in 1538. Legend says that as the last monk departed, he warned his despoiler that by fire and water his line should perish. By fire and water it perished indeed. A week after Cowdray House was burned in 1793, the last Viscount Montagu was drowned in the Rhine. His only sister, the wife of Mr. Stephen Poyntz, who inherited, was the mother of 2 sons, both of whom were drowned while bathing at Bognor. When Mr. Poyntz sold the estate to the Earl of Egmont, we may suppose that the curse to have been withdrawn. Among the treasures that were destroyed in the fire were the Roll of Battle Abbey, and many paintings. Dr. Johnson visited Cowdray a few years before its demolition. "Sir," he said to Boswell, "I should like to stay here 24 hours. We see here how our ancestors lived." According to the Tour of Great Britain, attributed to Daniel Defoe, but probably by another hand, Cowdray's hall was of Irish oak. In the large parlour were the Triumphs of Henry VIII by Holbein. In the long gallery were the 12 Apostles, as large as life, while the marriage of Cupid and Psyche, a tableau that never failed to please our ancestors, was not wanting. The glory of the Montagus has utterly passed. The present Earl of Egmont is either an absentee, or he lives in a cottage near the gates, and the new house, which is hidden in trees, is of no interest. The park, however, is still ranged by its beautiful deer, and still possesses an avenue of chestnut trees and rolling wastes of turf. It is everywhere as free as a heath. End of Chapter 1 of Highways and Byways in Sussex by E.V. Lucas. Pagan and Christian Creeds, Their Origin and Meaning by Edward Carpenter, read in English for the 10th First Chapter collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org, read by Peter Yearsley. The subject of religious origins is a fascinating one, as the great multitude of books upon it, published in late years, tends to show. Indeed, the great difficulty today in dealing with the subject lies in the very mass of the material to hand, and that not only on account of the labour involved in sorting the material, but because the abundance itself of facts opens up temptation to a student in this department of anthropology, as happens also in other branches of general science, to rush in too hastily with what seems a plausible theory. The more facts, statistics, and so forth there are available in any investigation, the easier it is to pick out a considerable number which will fit a given theory. The other facts being neglected or ignored, the views put forward enjoy for a time a great vogue. Then, inevitably, and at a later time, new or neglected facts alter the outlook, and a new perspective is established. There is also in these matters of science, though many scientific men would doubtless deny this, a great deal of fashion. Such has been notoriously the case in political economy, medicine, geology, and even in such definite studies as physics and chemistry. In a comparatively recent science, like that with which we are now concerned, one would naturally expect variations. 150 years ago, and since the time of Rousseau, the noble savage was extremely popular, and he lingers still in the storybooks of our children. Then the reaction from this extreme view set in, and of late years it has been the popular cue, largely it must be said among armchair travellers and explorers, to represent the religious rites and customs of primitive folk as a senseless mass of superstitions, and the early man as quite devoid of decent feeling and intelligence. Again, when the study of religious origins first began in modern times to be seriously taken up, say in the earlier part of last century, there was a great boom in sun gods. Every divinity in the pantheon was an impersonation of the sun, unless indeed, if feminine, of the moon. Apollo was a sun god, of course. Hercules was a sun god, Samson was a sun god, Indra and Krishna, and even Christ the same. C. F. Dupuy in France, Origine de tous les cultes, 1795. F. Norck in Germany, Biblische Mythologie, 1842. Richard Taylor in England, The Devil's Pulpit, 1830. Footnote. This extraordinary book, though carelessly composed and containing many unproven statements, was on the whole on the right lines, but it raised a storm of opposition, the more so because its author was a clergyman. He was ejected from the ministry, of course, and was sent to prison twice. End footnote. Were among the first in modern times to put forward this view. A little later the phallic explanation of everything came into fashion. The deities were all polite names for the organs and powers of procreation. R. P. Knight, Ancient Art and Mythology, 1818, and Dr. Thomas Inman, Ancient Faiths and Ancient Names, 1868, popularized this idea in England. So did Norck in Germany. Then again there was a period of what is sometimes called euhemerism, the theory that the gods and goddesses had actually once been men and women, historical characters, round whom a halo of romance and remoteness had gathered. Later still, a school has arisen which thinks little of sun gods, and pays more attention to earth and nature spirits, to gnomes and demons and vegetation sprites, and to the processes of magic by which these, so it was supposed, could be enlisted in man's service if friendly, or exorcised if hostile. It is easy to see, of course, that there is some truth in all these explanations, but naturally each school, for the time being, makes the most of its own contention. Mr. J. M. Robertson, Pagan Christs and Christianity and Mythology, who has done such fine work in this field, relies chiefly on the solar and astronomical origins, though he does not altogether deny the others. Footnote. If only he did not waste so much time, and so needlessly, in slaughtering opponents. End footnote. Dr. Fraser, on the other hand, whose great work The Golden Bough is a monumental collection of primitive customs, and will be an inexhaustible quarry for all future students, is apparently very little concerned with theories about the sun and the stars, but concentrates his attention on the collection of innumerable details of rites chiefly magical, connected with food and vegetation. Footnote, to such a degree indeed that sometimes the connecting clue of the argument seems to be lost. End footnote. Still later writers, like S. Reinach, Jane Harrison, and E. A. Crowley, being mainly occupied with customs of very primitive peoples, like the Pelasgian Greeks or the Australian Aborigines, have confined themselves necessarily even more to magic and witchcraft. Meanwhile, the Christian Church from these speculations has kept itself severely apart, as, of course, representing a unique and divine revelation, little concerned or interested in such heathenisms, and moreover, in this country at any rate, has managed to persuade the general public of its own divine uniqueness to such a degree that few people, even nowadays, realise that it has sprung from just the same root as paganism, and that it shares by far the most part of its doctrines and rites with the latter. Till quite lately it was thought, in Britain, that only secularists and unfashionable people took any interest in sun gods, and while it was true that learned professors might point to a belief in magic as one of the first sources of religion, it was easy in reply to say that this obviously had nothing to do with Christianity. The secularists, too, rather spoilt their case by assuming in their wrath against the Church that all priests since the beginning of the world have been frauds and charlatans, and that all the rites of religion were merely devil's devices invented by them for the purpose of preying upon the superstitions of the ignorant to their own enrichment. They, the secularists, overleaped themselves by grossly exaggerating a thing that no doubt is partially true. Thus the subject of religious origins is somewhat complex, and yields many aspects for consideration. It is only, I think, by keeping a broad course and admitting contributions to the truth from various sides, that valuable results can be obtained. It is absurd to suppose that in this or any other science neat systems can be found which will cover all the facts. Nature and history do not deal in such things, or supply them for a sop to man's vanity. It is clear that there have been three main lines, so far, along which human speculation and study have run. 1. Connecting religious rites and observations with the movements of the sun and the planets in the sky, and leading to the invention of and belief in Olympian and remote gods dwelling in heaven and ruling the earth from a distance. The second, connecting religion with the changes of the season on the earth, and with such practical things as the growth of vegetation and food, and leading to, or mingled with, a vague belief in earth spirits and magical methods of influencing such spirits. And the third, connecting religion with man's own body and the tremendous force of sex residing in it, emblem of undying life and all fertility and power. It is clear also, and all investigation confirms it, that the second mentioned phase of religion arose on the whole before the first mentioned. That is, that men naturally thought about the very practical questions of food and vegetation, and the magical or other methods of encouraging the same, before they worried themselves about the heavenly bodies and the laws of their movements, or about the sinister or favourable influences the stars might exert. And again, it is extremely probable that the third mentioned aspect, that which connected religion with the procreative desires and phenomena of human physiology, really came first. These desires and physiological phenomena must have loomed large on the primitive mind long before the changes of the seasons or of the sky had been at all definitely observed or considered. Thus we find it probable that in order to understand the sequence of the actual and historical phases of religious worship, we must approximately reverse the order above given in which they have been studied, and conclude that in general the phallic cults came first, the cult of magic and the propitiation of earth divinities and spirits came second, and only last came the belief in definite god figures residing in heaven. At the base of the whole process by which divinities and demons were created and rites for their propitiation and placation established, lay fear, stimulating the imagination to fantastic activity. Primus in orbe Deus fecit timor, and fear, as we shall see, only became a mental stimulus at the time of, or after, the evolution of self-consciousness. Before that time, in the period of simple consciousness, when the human mind resembled that of the animals, fear indeed existed, but its nature was more that of a mechanical protective instinct. There being no figure or image of self in the animal mind, there were correspondingly no figures or images of beings who might threaten or destroy that self. So it was that the imaginative power of fear began with self-consciousness, and from that imaginative power was unrolled the whole panorama of the gods and rites and creeds of religion down the centuries. The immense force and domination of fear in the first self-conscious stages of the human mind is a thing which can hardly be exaggerated, and which is even difficult for some of us moderns to realise. But naturally, as soon as man began to think about himself, a frail phantom and waif in the midst of tremendous forces, of whose nature and mode of operation he was entirely ignorant, he was beset with terrors. Dangers loomed upon him on all sides. Even today it is noticed by doctors that one of the chief obstacles to the cure of illness among some black or native races is sheer superstitious terror, and thanatomania is the recognised word for a state of mind, obsession of death, which will often cause a savage to perish from a mere scratch, hardly to be called a wound. The natural defence against this state of mind was the creation of an enormous number of taboos, such as we find among all races and on every conceivable subject, and these taboos constituted practically a great body of warnings which regulated the lives and thoughts of the community, and ultimately, after they had been weeded out and to some degree simplified, hardened down into very stringent customs and laws. Such taboos naturally in the beginning tended to include the avoidance not only of acts which might reasonably be considered dangerous, like touching a corpse, but also things much more remote and fanciful in their relation to danger, like merely looking at a mother-in-law, or passing a lightning-struck tree, and, what is especially to be noticed, they tended to include acts which offered any special pleasure or temptation, like sex or marriage, or the enjoyment of a meal. Taboos surrounded these things too, and the psychological connection is easy to divine, but I shall deal with this general subject later. It may be guessed that so complex a system of regulations made life anything but easy to early peoples, but preposterous and unreasonable as some of the taboos were, they undoubtedly had the effect of compelling the growth of self-control. Fear does not seem a very worthy motive, but in the beginning it curbed the violence of the purely animal passions, and introduced order and restraint among them. Simultaneously it became itself, through the gradual increase of knowledge and observation, transmuted and etherealized into something more like wonder and awe, and, when the gods rose above the horizon, into reverence. Anyhow, we seem to perceive that from the early beginnings, in the Stone Age, of self-consciousness in man, there has been a gradual development from crass superstition, senseless and accidental, to rudimentary observation, and so to belief in magic, thence to animism and personification of nature powers in more or less human form, as earth divinities or sky gods or embodiments of the tribe, and to placation of these powers by rites like sacrifice and the Eucharist, which in their turn became the foundation of morality. Graphic representations made for the encouragement of fertility, as on the walls of Bushmen's rock dwellings or the ceilings of the caverns of Altamira, became the nurse of pictorial art. observations of plants, or of the weather or the stars, carried on by tribal medicine men for purposes of witchcraft or prophecy, supplied some of the material of science, and humanity emerged, by faltering and hesitating steps, on the borderland of those finer perceptions and reasonings which are supposed to be characteristic of civilization. The process of the evolution of religious rites and ceremonies has, in its main outlines, been the same all over the world, as the reader will presently see, and this, whether in connection with the numerous creeds of paganism or the supposedly unique case of Christianity. And now the continuity and close intermixture of these great streams can no longer be denied. Nor is it, indeed, denied by those who have really studied the subject. It is seen that religious evolution through the ages has been practically one thing, that there has been, in fact, a world religion, though with various phases and branches. And so, in the present day, a new problem arises, namely, how to account for the appearance of this great phenomenon with its orderly phases of evolution and its own spontaneous growths in all corners of the globe. Footnote: for the question of spontaneity, see chapter 10 and elsewhere. End footnote. This phenomenon, which has had such a strange sway over the hearts of men, which has attracted them with so weird a charm, which has drawn out their devotion, love, and tenderness, which has consoled them in such sorrow and affliction, and yet which has stained their history with such horrible sacrifices and persecutions and cruelties. What has been the instigating cause of it? The answer which I propose to this question, and which is developed to some extent in the following chapters, is a psychological one. It is that the phenomenon proceeds from, and is a necessary accompaniment of, the growth of human consciousness itself. Its growth, namely, through the three great stages of its unfoldment. These stages are 1. That of the simple or animal consciousness, 2. That of self-consciousness, and 3. That of a third stage of consciousness, which has not as yet been effectively named, but whose indications and precursive signs we here and there perceive in the rites and prophecies and mysteries of the early religions, and in the poetry and art and literature generally of the later civilizations. Though I do not expect or wish to catch nature and history in the careful net of a phrase, yet I think that in the sequence from the above-mentioned first stage to the second, and then again in the sequence from the second to the third, there will be found a helpful explanation of the rites and aspirations of human religion. It is this idea, illustrated by details of ceremonial and so forth, which forms the main thesis of the present book. In this sequence of growth, Christianity enters as an episode, but no more than an episode. It does not amount to a disruption or dislocation of evolution. If it did, or if it stood as an unique or unclassifiable phenomenon, as some of its votaries contend, this would seem to be a misfortune, as it would obviously rob us of, at any rate, one promise of progress in the future. And the promise of something better than paganism and better than Christianity is very precious. It is surely time that it should be fulfilled. The tracing, therefore, of the part that human self-consciousness has played psychologically in the evolution of religion runs like a thread through the following chapters, and seeks illustration in a variety of details. The idea has been repeated under different aspects. Sometimes, possibly, it has been repeated too often, but different aspects in such a case do help, as in a stereoscope, to give solidity to the things seen. Though the worship of sun gods and divine figures in the sky came comparatively late in religious evolution, I have put this subject early in the book, chapters 2 and 3, partly because, as I have already explained, it was the phase first studied in modern times, and therefore is the one most familiar to present-day readers, and partly because its astronomical data give great definiteness and provability to it, in rebuttal to the common accusation that the whole study of religious origins is too vague and uncertain to have much value. Going backwards in time, the two next chapters, 4 and 5, deal with totem sacraments and magic, perhaps the earliest forms of religion, and these 4 lead on, in chapters 6 to 11, to the consideration of rites and creeds common to paganism and Christianity. 12 and 13 deal especially with the evolution of Christianity itself. 14 and 15 explain the inner meaning of the whole process from the beginning, and 16 and 17 look to the future. The appendix on the doctrines of the Upanishads may, I hope, serve to give an idea, intimate, even though inadequate, of the third stage, that which follows on the stage of self-consciousness, and to portray the mental attitudes which are characteristic of that stage. Here, in this third stage, it would seem, one comes upon the real facts of the inner life, in contradistinction to the fancies and figments of the second stage, and so one reaches the final point of conjunction between science and religion. End of Chapter 1 of Pagan and Christian Creeds by Edward Carpenter. About Orchids, a Chat by Frederick Boyle, read in English for the 10th First Chapter collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Peter Yearsley. My gardening. The contents of my bungalow gave material for some legends which perhaps are not yet universally forgotten. I have added few curiosities to the list since that work was published. My days of travel seem to be over, but in quitting that happiest way of life, not willingly, I have had the luck to find another occupation not less interesting, and better suited to grey hairs and stiffened limbs. This volume deals with the appurtenances of my bungalow, as one might say, the orchid houses. But a man who has almost forgotten what little knowledge he gathered in youth about English plants does not readily turn to that higher branch of horticulture. More ignorant even than others, he will cherish all the superstitions and illusions which environ the orchid family. Enlightenment is a slow process, and he will make many experiences before perceiving his true bent. How I came to grow orchids will be told in this first article. The ground at my disposal is 1/4 of an acre. From that tiny area deduct the space occupied by my house, and it will be seen that myriads of good people dwelling in the suburbs, whose garden, to put it courteously, is not sung by poets, have as much land as I. The aspect is due north, a grave disadvantage. Upon that side, from the house wall to the fence, I have 45 feet. On the east, 50 feet, on the south, 60 feet, on the west, a mere ruelle. Almost everyone who works out these figures will laugh, and the remainder sneer. Here's a garden to write about. That area might do for a tennis court, or for a general meeting of Mr. Frederick Harrison's persuasion. You might kennel a pack of hounds there, or beat a carpet, or assemble those members of the cultured class who admire Mr. Gladstone. But grow flowers, roses to cut by the basketful, fruit to make jam for a jam-eating household the year round, mushrooms, tomatoes, water lilies, orchids. Those Indian jugglers who bring a mango tree to perfection on your veranda in 20 minutes might be able to do it, but not a consistent Christian. Nevertheless, I affirm that I have done all these things, and I shall even venture to make other demands upon the public credulity. When I first surveyed my garden 16 years ago, a big cupressus stood before the front door, in a vast round bed, one half of which would yield no flowers at all, and the other half only spindlings. This was encircled by a carriage drive. A close row of limes, supported by more cupressus, overhung the palings all round, a dense little shrubbery hid the back door. A weeping ash, already tall and handsome, stood to eastward. Curiously green and snug was the scene under these conditions, rather like a forest glade, but if the space available be considered, and allowance be made for the shadow of all those trees, any tyro can calculate the room left for grass and flowers, and the miserable appearance of both. Beyond that dense little shrubbery, the soil was occupied with potatoes mostly, and a big enclosure for hens. First I dug up the fine cupressus. They told me such a big tree could not possibly move, but it did, and it now fills an out-of-the-way place as usefully as ornamentally. I suppressed the carriage drive, making a straight path, broad enough for pedestrians only, and cut down a number of the trees. The blessed sunlight recognised my garden once more. Then I rooted out the shrubbery, did away with the fowl house, using its materials to build 2 little sheds against the back fence, dug up the potato garden, made tabula rasa, in fact, dismissed my labourers, and considered. I meant to be my own gardener. But already, 16 years ago, I had a dislike of stooping. To kneel was almost as wearisome. Therefore I adopted the system of raised beds, common enough. Returning home, however, after a year's absence, I found my oak posts decaying, unseasoned doubtless, when put in. To prevent trouble of this sort in future, I substituted drain pipes set on end, the first of these ideas which have won commendation from great authorities. Drain pipes do not encourage insects. Filled with earth, each bears a showy plant, lobelia, pyrethrum, saxifrage, or what not, with the utmost neatness, making a border, and they last eternally. But there was still much stooping, of course, whilst I became more impatient of it. One day a remedy flashed through my mind, that happy thought which became the essence or principle of my gardening, and makes this account thereof worth attention perhaps. Why not raise to a comfortable level all parts of the area over which I had need to bend? Though no horticulturist, perhaps, ever had such a thought before, expense was the sole objection visible. Called away just then for another long absence, I gave orders that no dust should leave the house, and found a monstrous heap on my return. The road contractors supplied sweepings at £1 a load. Beginning at the outskirts of my property, I raised a mound 3 feet high and 3 feet broad, replanted the shrubs on the back edge, and left a handsome border for flowers. So well this succeeded, so admirably every plant throve in that compost, naturally drained and lifted to the sunlight, that I enlarged my views. The soil is gravel, peculiarly bad for roses, and at no distant day my garden was a swamp. Not unchronicled had we room to dwell on such matters. The bit of lawn looked decent only at midsummer. I first tackled the rose question. The bushes and standards, such as they were, faced south, of course, that is, behind the house. A line of fruit trees there began to shade them grievously. Experts assured me that if I raised a bank against these, of such a height as I proposed, they would surely die. I paid no attention to the experts, nor did my fruit trees. The mound raised is, in fact, a crescent on the inner edge, 30 feet broad, 70 feet between the horns, square at the back behind the fruit trees. A walk runs there between it and the fence, and in the narrow space on either hand I grow such herbs as one cannot easily buy, chervil, chives, tarragon. Also I have beds of celeriac and cold frames, which yield a few cucumbers in the summer when emptied of plants. Not 1 inch of ground is lost in my garden. The roses occupy this crescent. After sinking to its utmost now, the bank stands 2 feet 6 inches above the gravel path. At that elevation they defied the shadow for years, and for the most part they will continue to do so, as long as I feel any interest in their well-being. But there is a space, the least important fortunately, where the shade, growing year by year, has got the mastery. That space I have surrendered frankly, covering it over with the charming saxifrage, S. hypnoides, through which in spring push, bluebells, primroses, and miscellaneous bulbs, while the exquisite green carpet frames pots of scarlet geranium and such bright flowers, movable at will. That saxifrage, indeed, is one of my happiest devices. Finding that grass would not thrive upon the steep bank of my mounds, I dotted them over with tufts of it, which have spread until at this time they are clothed in vivid green the year round, and white as an untouched snowdrift in spring. Thus also the foot-wide paths of my rose beds are edged, and a neater or a lovelier border could not be imagined. With such a tiny space of ground, the choice of roses is very important. Hybrids take up too much room for general service. One must have a few for colour, but the mass should be teas, noisettes, and above all Bengals. This day, the second week in October, I can pick 50 roses, and I expect to do so every morning till the end of the month in a sunny autumn. They will be mostly Bengals, but there are 2 exquisite varieties sold by Messrs. Paul, I forget which of them, nearly as free-flowering. These are Camoën and Madame J. Messimy. They have a tint unlike any other rose. They grow strongly for their class, and the bloom is singularly graceful. The tiny but vexatious lawn was next attacked. I stripped off the turf, planted drain pipes along the gravel walk, filled in with road sweepings to the level of their tops, and relaid the turf. It is now a little picture of a lawn. Each drain pipe was planted with a cutting of ivy, which now form a beautiful evergreen roll beside the path. Thus, as you walk in my garden, everywhere the ground is more or less above its natural level, raised so high here and there that you cannot look over the plants which crown the summit. Any gardener, at least, will understand how luxuriantly everything grows and flowers under such conditions. Enthusiastic visitors declare that I have scenery and picturesque effects and delightful surprises in my quarter-acre of ground. Certainly I have flowers almost enough, and fruit and perfect seclusion also. Though there are houses all round within a few yards, you catch but a glimpse of them at certain points, while the trees are still clothed. Those mounds are all the secret. End of Chapter 1 of About Orchids, a Chat by Frederick Boyle.
Оповідання «Козацька помста» Андрія Чайковського. Записано українською для 10-ї колекції з перших глав. Цей звукозапис зроблено для сайту LibriVox. Усі звукозаписи LibriVox є суспільним надбанням. Щоб отримати більш докладну інформацію або зареєструватися в якості волонтера, будь ласка, відвідайте сайт librivox.org. Читає Солокha Анастасія. Хоч би ви і знали, красноставці, на правобережній Україні, то вони тепер не те, що у давнину. Тепер усе на світі перемінилося, переіначилось, а з колишніх красноставців то тільки і слави, що став великий розлогий остав. А й того ставу не тільки тепер, що колись-то, та й не такий глибокий. Здебільшого комишем поріс, а то й висох в часті. В давнину тут було інакше. Став був ширший і більший, а ціла околиця поросла старим дубовим лісом з великими та глибокими балками, в яких могло кілька сотень людей враз з кіньми скритися. За ставом стояв тут в давнину пишний кам'яний замок пана Овруцького. Замок околений високим муром та глибоким ровом з того боку, де не було ставу, звідкіля запливала вода у той рів. У тім красноставецькім лісі зачинається наше оповідання. Отім, красноставчани, хоч і саме село не на тім місці стоїть, добре тямлять. Столітні діди показують своїм малим правнукам те місце, де стояв панський замок. Оповідають, що остали там ще глибокі темні муровані льохи, а в них і скарби заховані. Та ніхто би не поважився за ними порпати, бо пильнує їх якась нечиста сила. Красноставчани оминають з острахом це місце, поросле бур'яном і терниною. А кому вже конче прийшлося туди переходити, той хреститься, хоч би і вдень. Є і такі люди в красноставцях, що чули у сій замковій руїні серед бурливої ночі пекольні стони, крики та зойки, наче б кого мучили. Говорять, що це душі замучених людей так голосять, та хіба що не за собою, а за тим паном, що тут в давнину жив та людей катував. Та пек біді та осина, Дух Святий при нас хрещених. А ми вертайно в ту давну давнину, яких 300 літ від нас, в ті страшні часи народньої розпуки і лютого гніву українського народа на панів гнобителів, в часи нашої кріпавої гайдамаччини. Було се одної літньої ночі. Місяць вже запав, блищали тільки на блакитному небі ясні зорі, наче б хто дукатів розсипав. На дворі було тихо, навіть вітерець не подув, навіть нічна птиця заснула. Малою доріжкою красноставчанського ліса їхало 2 козаків і тихо між собою розмовляли. «То ти, Карпе, справді не знаєш, якою смертю твій покійний батько загинув?» «Не знаю. Як мені се знати? Тоді я ще дітваком був, та й то ще не діждав кінця його кончини, бо мусів втікати перед панським гнівом. Я тільки лише тямлю, що тої страшної днини вернув покійний батько з замку якийсь не свій. Був знеможений, подряпаний на лиці, блідий зі скаліченою рукою, з якої кров йшла. Мама питає: «Що тобі, Петре, сьогодні приключилося?» «Нічого», каже. «Пригоду з конем мав. Чортівський кінь трохи мене не роздавив. Не міг мене з сідла скинути, так впав враз зі мною на землю, притолочив мене та кричав, чортова твар, мов свиня. Я ледве видувсь з-під нього, костей собі намяв та руку скалічив». «Дати тобі їсти?» – питає мама. «Чогось не хочеться». І сів батько кінець стола, спер голову на руки і чогось важко задумався. А я сиджу біля печі на землі та дивлюся на батька. Мені жаль стало, що батько не взяв мене на коліна, не поігрався зі мною, а то і не глянув усім разом на мене. Та не було мені часу заплакать, бо в тій хвилі щинився під нашою хатою якийсь гамір. Мама глянула крізь віконце та й руками сплеснула, мов нежива стала. «Ох, лишенько, панські гайдуки йдуть!» А у нас, коли було хто кликнув «панські гайдуки йдуть в хату», то те саме, якби казав «татари йдуть». Батько прокинувся з задуми і підвів голову. Війшли гайдуки в хату, вхопили, мов чортяки мого батька, та й вивели. Батько, мов неживий, не оборонявся. Мама стала голосити та не давати. Її потягнув гайдук нагайкою по плечах, аж кров крізь сорочку виступила, а другий штовхнув кулаком в груди. Вона впала на землю, а батька повели на замок. Я страх налякався і цілий задубів. За батьком побігла і мама, а я став плакати. За якийсь часок вбігає в хату Прокіп Верета, побратим мого батька, а мій хресний отець, хопив мене на руки. «Втікаймо!» – каже, «Карпе, бо біда буде!» Він поніс мене затилками, огородами, аж заніс мене до ліса, де ми тепер є. Тепер вів мене за руку, тож задихався, несучи мене. Ми ввійшли в таку гущавину, в якій я ще дотепер ніколи не був. Не тямлю, як довго ми йшли, поки не зайшли в хату старого лісника Прокопа Саміленка. Я його добре знав, бо він не раз приходив в нашу хату і приносив мені кришку меду. Тепер вони щось пошептали між собою, і мій хресний батько вернувся в село, а мене оставив тут. Я плакав та рвався до мами. Старий заспокоював мене, як міг, дав меду, хліба, а коли се не помагало, став мене лякати гайдуками. Вони, певно, прийдуть і мене заберуть, коли не перестану плакати. Це помогло. Я затикав рота руками, щоб плачу не чути, поки не заснув. Не знаю, як довго я спав. Мене розбудили серед ночі. В хаті побачив я двох козаків. Один сивоусий вже, а другий молодий. Коли вони в хату прийшли і звідкіля взялись, я не знаю. Той старий став зараз до мене підморгувати, забавляти, всміхатися та пестити. «Збирайсь, козаче, в дорогу!» – каже. «Поїдемо». «До тата?» «Еге ж, до тата, до мами. Ну, швидко!» Тоді я цілком зі сну очнувся, бо заспаний був. Мене загорнули в кожух і посадили на коня. Сивоусий козак Охрім Чепурний держав мене наперед на сідлі. «Здоров будь, Прокопе!» – гукав Охрім. «Благослови, Боже, щасливу дорогу!» – гукав Прокіп. І ми поїхали лісом. Така їзда вколисала мене, і я заснув. Прокинувся я над раном, коли ми стали серед ватаги козаків. Вже було рано. «А ти що, Охриме? Хлопче!» хлопця придбав. Чиє воно? Питає отаман. Козацька дитина, каже Охрім. Таке мале, а вже від мученицької смерти втікати мусить. Я того всього не розумів. Від якої смерти я втікав? Хіба ж дід Прокіп мене вбити хотів? Він був для мене все такий ласкавий, меду мені приносив. Щось старий Охрим не так говорить, думав я. Побули ми там одну днину, відпочали. Я привик до козаків, вони до мене, і грають зі мною, голублять, на коня саджають, дають пістоль в руки, шаблю та сміються, що піднести не можу. А мені від часу до часу нагадається мама. Та й плачу. «Не плач, козаче», – кажуть до мене. «Не ладно козакові плакати. Ми тебе заведемо до мами, що пригорне, приголубить, мов рідня. Та ще й до сну заколише, пісеньку заспіває. Не журись». Ми рушили в дорогу. Їхали цілими днями-ночами. Вже не тямлю, як довго. Та мені в дорозі дуже подобалось. В степу так було гарно, соняшно, тепло. А вони, мої рідні, берегли мене, мов ока в голові. Та що тобі про це говорити? Хіба ти не знаєш, як наш брат дітей любить? Завезли мене спершу до якогось зимовика, де жив старий Охрим Чепурний. Коли старий йшов в похід, то віддавав мене на січ між ровесників. Впрочем, ніколи зі мною не розлучався, а було верне звідкиля, то навезе мені цілу копицю всілячини, іграшок, коників, буханців, колачів, медівників, що хоч греблю гати. А все мені говорить: «Слухай, Карпе, тями, що ти козацька дитина, що твого батька пан вбив. Тями, що ти з красноставців, Петра Кожуха син, що з тебе має вирости козак на славу. Служи вірно товариству січовому, матері Січі. Тями, що тобі треба за батька-мученика пімститися. Виростеш, козаком будеш, то поїдь до красноставців. Там розпитай за Прокопом Веретою. Він тобі хресним батьком приходиться. Мені передав тебе мій старий товариш, теж Прокіп, та вже не Верета, а Саміленко. Либонь, вже не живе. «Возьми», – каже, «сироту Кожушенка, то втікай, бо в мене не конче безпечно йому прибувати». І взяв з мене слово, я його додержую і виховую тебе в страсі Божім по козацькому закону. Таке говорив мені старий Охрим Чепурний не раз, поки живий був. Царство йому небесне та земля йому пером. Опісля вже знаєш, що зі мною було. Я виріс і козаком став, хоч не першим, але і не послідним. А тепер пора сповнити обід, повинність синівську, та за батька помститися. А знаєш ти дорогу в Красноставці бодай? Ми вже, либонь, біля Красноставців. Це непримінно Красноставецький ліс. Потрапимо до села, то про все розпитаємо. Тобі, побратиме, спасибі, що не лишив в пригоді та пішов зі мною. в тій хвилі виїхали на край ліса. Здалека чути було лай собак. Тут, либонь, і село буде. За тим голосом поїхали прямо. Світла ніде не було видно. Невздовзі забуваніли в темряві верби, і козаки в'їхали в сільську вулицю. Собаки загавкали ще дужче. «Господь знає, як за тим веретою розпитати», – говорив Карпові Максим, побратим його, розглядаючись в темряві. «Воно б так краще було, якби ми сюди в'їхали непомітно, щоб жива душа про нас не дізналася». Вони станули серед вулиці, не знаючи, куди їхати. Попід плід хтось надійшов. Коні форкнули і поступили набік. Карпо нахилився з коня. «Ти чоловік чи хто?» «А хіба ж скотина?» – відзивається той незнакомий. «Не бачиш?» «Коли б бачив, то би і не питав. Скажи, будь ласка, де тут живе старий Прокіп Верета?» «А чого тобі до його треба?» «Вибачай, добрий чоловіче, та я йому самому скажу, а ти лиш проведи. Недалеко й проводити, ми біля його воріт стоїмо». З тим словом він відчинив ворота і впустив туди козаків. Зачинив опять ворота, а відтак провів козаків поза хату, де стояла стайня. «Ось тут проведіть ваших коней, а самих у хату просимо». Козаки позлізали з коней, підпустили попруги від сідла і повели на омацьки в стайню та поприпинали до жолоба. «Ви коней розсідлайте. До рана може вам тут бути безпечно. Я зараз з коням сіна підкину». Як з тим упорались, повів козаків в хату і застукав легко в віконце. В хаті заворушились, заговорили якісь голоси. Відтак скрипнув засув, відчинились двері, і козаки війшли туди. «А се хто?» – питає якийсь старечий голос, бо зараз закахикав. «То я, тату, гостей Бог прислав. Діло до тебе є». Заблисли іскри від кресила, роздувався огонь і заблимав каганець. За той час Веретенко прислонював свитою віконце. До козаків приступив старий сивий чоловік з каганцем і став їм пильно придивлятися. «Невже ж запорожці? Давно не видав». «Здоровий був, батьку, чолом тобі б'ємо». «Здорові будьте, панове товариство. Просимо гостей сідати. Ану, Ганю, вставай та гостей приймай», – гукав старий за піч, де спала невістка. «А хіба ж я сплю?» – відзивається від печі Ганя. «Хіба ж не я двері відчинила?» «Ну, гаразд, гостей нагодувати слід». «Не пізнаєш мене, батьку?» – питає м'яким голосом Карпо. Старий став ще пильніше приглядатися Карпові. «Мої старечі очі вже не довиджують. Мабуть, вже давно тебе не бачив, кої по голосі не пізнаю. Хто ти будеш?» «Твій похресник Карпо?» «Кожухів син?» – крикнув старий. «Моя дитино люба, най тебе обійму!» «Боже, такий дітвак був, на руках малого носив, А тепер козак, мов дуб. Добре, що ти приїхав, а то й не застав би. Мені вмирати пора. Ти звідкіля? З Запорожа, прямо з Січі. Приїхав тебе відвідати, батьковій могилі поклонитися та з паном розплатитися, коли ще живий вражий син. Тихше! Враг його не взяв, здоровий та товстий, мов кабан. Та коли вас лише двох, то про розплату і не думай. А гляди, щоби перед зорею і духу по вас не було. Втікай звідсіля, коби далі. Тут запорожців на паль застромлюють, коли витровлять та піймають. Втечемо, як буде треба. Та проте опісля. Ви голодні, та й відпочати треба.
Ну, Ганю, чому ти наче би нічого?
Ганя прикрила стіл, поставила фляжку з горілкою, миску з варениками, хліб, кашу.
Невеликі у нас статки,
Говорив Берета, лізучи на свою лежанку.
та чим хата богата. Наліпше не спроможемося, хіба на пісну страву. Усю нашу працю пан забирає.
Кінець першої глави оповідання «Козацька помста» Андрія Чайковського.
Der junge Goedeschal by Hans Fallada, read in German for the 10th first chapter collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Kapitel 1 Wozu ärgern, dachte Kai und warf das Heft, das sich rasch zublätterte, auf den Tisch zurück. All das ist Paukergeschwätz oder Seich, Neid. Die Eins gibt er mir und dann sein Hohn. Warum? Er warf sich in den Langstuhl, brannte eine Zigarette an. Den Rauch wolkig ausstoßend, dachte er weiter. Im Grunde hat er so Unrecht nicht. Natürlich war der Aufsatz stark beeinflusst. Aber mir, das so aufzutischen, vor der ganzen Blase von Kompanelern, eine wackere Leistung, Goedeschal. Wir haben Wild gelesen, gut nachempfunden. Darin lag die Gemeinheit. Er stand unruhig auf und zerdrückte die Zigarette im Becher. Alles Einbohren, Erwägen half zu nichts. Der Stachel blieb. Und es war umsonst, sich einreden zu wollen, dass diese 2, 3 Sätze von Tappert belanglos und zufällig gewesen seien. Eine geheime Feindschaft hatte aus ihnen geklungen. Kai Goedeschal fuhr hoch, mit den Fingern sein Haar strählend, ein wenig Pose, sagte er halblaut. Er hat mich demütigen wollen, als er diesen Aufsatz las, den ich in einigen Nachtstunden glühend und zitternd schrieb, spürte er wohl die Auflehnung. Ich, Obersekundar, ein Name mit einer grün-goldenen Schülermütze, verstattete ihm in etwas Einsicht, ohne zugleich zu bemerken, das verdanke ich Ihnen. Nein, indem er meinen einsamen Wanderungen zuschaute, in denen nichts war als das Rascheln von Blättern, der Wind, irgendwo oben in Bäumen, manchmal ein weiter Blick oder der Ton eines jener Jagdhörner, die Eichendorff so liebte, fühlte er, wie stark ich ablehnte, was er, schwach, verfälscht, verwässert gelehrt. Hier war Revolution, Neuland, Eigenes. Gab er mir uneingeschränkt die Eins, erkannte er diese Auflehnung an. So schrie er, ich kenn das auch, wie des Schwienigels Fruh, ich bin aldo, nachempfunden. Wer hat ihn mehr, wer fühlt ihn tiefer, Tabat oder Goedeschal? Es ist und bleibt eine Schweinerei, dass es immer nur heißt, Lehrer, Schüler, nie Mensch, Mensch. Im Spiegel fing Kais Blick die Bewegung der Lippen, wie sie sich unter den letzten Worten auseinandertasteten, wölbten. Er beugte sich vor, Zittern stieg in ihm auf. Dieses beinahe dreieckige, gelbliche Gesicht von 4, 5 eintönigen Linien umzogen, war entfärbt durch die Glut eines breiten, seltsam dem Zittern von Libellenflügeln gleichenden Mundes. Aufgebogen, fleischig aus den Innerlichkeiten des Leibes mündend, mit einem fast blutendem Rot, dessen Struktur an rohes, hautloses Fleisch mahnte, bildete er einen Gegensatz zu der noch unbeschriebenen Leere der Gesichtsflächen, zu dem verschwimmenden, unsicheren Blick der Augen, einen Gegensatz, den Kai dunkel fühlte. Ein plötzlicher Impuls, den er erst in seinem Bewusstsein merkte, als er ihm schon gefolgt, ließ ihn den Zeigefinger der Hand heben und deutend auf diese Lippen weisen. So stand er sich selbst gegenüber, den eigenen Blick meidend, in die Betrachtung seines Mundes versunken, der, eine phantastische Blüte, auf der Spitze seines Fingernagels zu tanzen schien, blieb stehen, hob dann die Augen, begegnete einem Blick, der fremd und undurchdringlich war, lachte mit einem Achselzucken verlegen auf und trat eilig vom Spiegel fort. Im Stuhle sitzend, das Gesicht in den Händen vergraben, während die Finger in den Haaren wühlten, musste er unvermittelt an seine Berliner Schulzeit denken, nun 3, 4 Jahre zurück. Wieder sah er sich, Untertertianer, verschüchtert, scheu, kraftlos, ohne Gegenwehr, zitternd in der griechischen Stunde aufstehen, vortreten, irgendetwas deklinierend, was er eben noch gewusst und schon völlig vergessen hatte, stotternd, fehlerhaft, ohne jede Möglichkeit, seine Aufmerksamkeit der Arbeit zuzuwenden und die Bruchstücke des Gewussten wiederzufinden. Denn da waren die Augen der andern, immerzu hingen sie an ihm, warteten, der Blick des Lehrers, den er seitlich in seinen Schläfen brennend in den Augenhöhlen fühlte, wartete, er selbst, auch er wartete, bis dann das Schluchzen kam, die Tränen, die lieben Tränen, jede griechische Stunde, bei jeder Frage. Er weiß, dass Wetten auf ihn abgeschlossen werden, vor der Stunde drängen sie ihn. Goedeschal, nur heute einmal halte dich, tu ihm nicht den Gefallen. Aber dann wieder, wenn er vorn steht, erhöht, allein, belauert von allen, dann spürt er dunkel die Machtlosigkeit allen Wehrens. Er tut nichts dazu, ganz von selbst schon steigt es in ihm empor. In seiner Kehle verfängt es sich, seine Finger beben, und nun ist es da, und, schon im Weinen, seltsam erleichtert, denkt er, es ist wieder da. Kai Goedeschal fuhr hoch. Kann ich nie vergessen. Ich will nichts mehr von jenem Berliner Kai wissen. Warum schmerzt das noch so frisch? Nein, ich würde heut nicht mehr weinen. Vielleicht anders, anders und doch das Gleiche. In ruhelosem Auf und Nieder suchte er vergebens die Quelle zu finden, aus der diese Gedanken strömten. Brennend wie einst glühten die Augen, verzweifelnd wie früher floh er die Spottreden der andern, die seine geflickten Hosen verachteten. Der gefüllte Schulhof, die Glocke inmitten, kein Fleck, wo Ruhe war. Aus den Gängen, durch den Zuruf des Lehrers verjagt, stand er wieder draußen, zitternd, bemerkt zu werden, schon bemerkt, schon verhöhnt. Er riss sich herum, dem Spiegel näher tretend, ging er in seinem Gesicht jener Spur nach, die ihn zum noch nicht Vergessenen geführt hatte. Er fand sie nicht, er fand nicht den schmerzlichen Widerspruch, der zwischen der Erblühtheit eines fleischigen Mundes und dem trüben farblosen, stets fliehender Augen bestand. Er zuckte die Achseln. Wozu noch daran denken? Ich will nicht. Dort die Bäume, Straßen, Menschen, Fenster, so vieles andere zu bedenken. Sein Blick erfasste das Heft. Ja so, der Aufsatz. Er blätterte, aber nun, da er diese Zeilen las, die schon durch ihre Farbe strafenden, roten Randbemerkungen des Lehrers überflog, schien all dies bereits verstaubt, lang vorbei. Immerhin habe ich die Eins, wieder einmal der Beste, man kommt voran. End of Chapter 1 of Der junge Goedeschal bei Hans Fallada.
The Knights of the Cross by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Samuel A. Binion, read by Piotr for the 10th first chapter collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. In Tyniec, in the inn under dreadful Urus, which belonged to the abbey, a few people were sitting listening to the talk of a military man who had come from afar and was telling them of the adventures which he had experienced during the war and his journey. He had a large beard, but he was not yet old, and he was almost gigantic, but thin, with broad shoulders. He wore his hair in a net ornamented with beads. He was dressed in a leather jacket, which was marked by the cuirass, and he wore a belt composed of brass buckles. In the belt he had a knife in a horn scabbard, and at his side a short travelling sword. Near by him at the table was sitting a youth with long hair and joyful look, evidently his comrade, or perhaps a shield bearer, because he also was dressed as for a journey in a similar leather jacket. The rest of the company was composed of 2 noblemen from the vicinity of Cracow, and of 3 townsmen with red folding caps, the thin tops of which were hanging down their sides to their elbows. The host, a German, dressed in a faded cowl with large white collar, was pouring beer for them from a bucket into earthen mugs, and in the meanwhile he was listening with great curiosity to the military adventures. The burghers were listening with still greater curiosity. In these times, the hatred which during the time of King Łokietek had separated the city and the knighthood had been very much quenched, and the burghers were prouder than in the following centuries. They called them still the allerdurchluchtigsten Königes und Herren, and they appreciated their readiness at concessionem pecuniarum. Therefore one would very often see in the inns the merchants drinking with the noblemen like brothers. They were even welcome, because having plenty of money, usually they paid for those who had coats of arms. Therefore they were sitting there and talking, from time to time winking at the host to fill up the mugs. "Noble knight, you have seen a good piece of the world," said one of the merchants. "Not many of those who are now coming to Cracow from all parts have seen as much," answered the knight. "There will be plenty of them," said the merchant. "There is to be a great feast and great pleasure for the King and the Queen. The King has ordered the Queen's chamber to be upholstered with golden brocade, embroidered with pearls, and a canopy of the same material over her. There will be such entertainments and tournaments as the world has never seen before." "Uncle Gamrot, don't interrupt the knight," said the second merchant. "Friend Eiertreter, I'm not interrupting, only I think that he also will be glad to know about what they are talking, because I am sure he is going to Cracow. We cannot return to the city to day, at any rate, because they will shut the gates." And you speak 20 words in reply to one. You are growing old, Uncle Gamrot." "But I can carry a whole piece of wet broadcloth just the same." "A great thing, the cloth through which one can see as through a sieve." The further dispute was stopped by the knight, who said: "Yes, I will stay in Cracow, because I have heard about the tournaments, and I will be glad to try my strength in the lists during the combats. And this youth, my nephew, who, although young and smooth-faced, has already seen many cuirasses on the ground, will also enter the lists." The guests glanced at the youth, who laughed mirthfully, and putting his long hair behind his ears, placed the mug of beer to his mouth. The older knight added: "Even if we would like to return, we have no place to go." "How is that?" asked one of the nobles. "Where are you from, and what do they call you?" "I am Maćko of Bogdanec, and this lad, the son of my brother, calls himself Zbyszko. Our coat of arms is Tempa Podkowa, and our war cry is Grady." "Where is Bogdanec?" "Bah! better ask Lord Brother where it was, because it is no more. During the war between Grzymalczyks and Nałęczys, Bogdanec was burned, and we were robbed of everything. The servants ran away. Only the bare soil remained, because even the farmers who were in the neighbourhood fled into the forests. The father of this lad rebuilt, but the next year a flood took everything. Then my brother died, and after his death I remained with the orphan. Then I thought, I can't stay. I heard about the war for which Jaśko of Oleśnica, whom the King Władysław sent to Wilno after he sent Mikołaj of Moskorzowo, was collecting soldiers. I knew a worthy abbot, Janko of Tulcza, to whom I gave my land as security for the money I needed to buy armour and horses necessary for a war expedition. The boy, 12 years old, I put on a young horse, and we went to Jaśko of Oleśnica." "With the youth?" "He was not even a youth then, but he has been strong since childhood. When he was 12 he used to rest a crossbow on the ground, press it against his chest, and turn the crank. None of the Englishmen whom I have seen in Wilno could do better." "Was he so strong?" "He used to carry my helmet, and when he passed 13 winters he could carry my spear also." "You had plenty of fighting there." "Because of Witold. The Prince was with the Knights of the Cross, and every year they used to make an expedition against Lithuania as far as Wilno. Different people went with them, Germans, Frenchmen, Englishmen, who are the best bowmen, Czechs, Swiss, and Burgundians. They cut down the forests, burned the castles on their way, and finally they devastated Lithuania with fire and sword so badly that the people who were living in that country wanted to leave it and search for another land, even to the end of the world, even among Belial's children, only far from the Germans. We heard here that the Lithuanians wanted to go away with their wives and children, but we did not believe it." "And I looked at it. Hey, if not for Mikołaj of Moskorzowo, for Jaśko of Oleśnica, and without any boasting, if not for us, there would be no Wilno now. We know you did not surrender the castle." "We did not. And now notice what I am going to say, because I have experience in military matters. The old people used to say 'Furious Litva' (Lithuania), and it's true. They fight well, but they cannot withstand the knights in the field. When the horses of the Germans are sunk in the marshes, and when there is a thick forest, that's different." "The Germans are good soldiers," exclaimed the burghers. "They stay like a wall, man beside man, in their iron armour. They advance in one compact body. They strike, and the Litva are scattered like sand, or throw themselves flat on the ground and are trampled down. There are not only Germans among them, because men of all nations serve with the Knights of the Cross. And they are brave. Often before a battle a knight stoops, stretches his lance, and rushes alone against the whole army." "Christ!" exclaimed Gamrot, "and who among them are the best soldiers?" "It depends. With the crossbow the best is the Englishman, who can pierce a suit of armour through and through, and at 100 steps he will not miss a dove. Czechowie (Bohemians) cut dreadfully with axes. For the big two-handed sword the German is the best. The Swiss is glad to strike the helmets with an iron flail, But the greatest knights are those who come from France. These will fight on horseback and on foot, and in the meanwhile they will speak very brave words, which however you will not understand, because it is such a strange language. They are pious people, they criticize us through the Germans. They say we are defending the heathen and the Turks against the cross, and they want to prove it by a knightly duel. And such God's judgment is going to be held between 4 knights from their side and 4 from our side, and they are going to fight at the court of Wacław, the Roman and the Bohemian king. Here the curiosity so increased among the noblemen and merchants that they stretched their necks in the direction of Maćko of Bogdanec, and they asked, "And who are the knights from our side? Speak quickly." Maćko raised the mug to his mouth, drank, and then answered, don't be afraid about them. There is Jan of Włoszczowa, Castellan of Dobrzyń, there is Mikołaj of Waszmuntów, there are Jaśko of Zdaków and Jarosz of Czechów, all glorious knights and sturdy fellows. No matter which weapons they choose, swords or axes, nothing new to them. It will be worth while for human eyes to see it and for human ears to hear it, because, as I said, even if you press the throat of a Frenchman with your foot, he will still reply with knightly words. Therefore, so help me God and Holy Cross, they will out-talk us, but our knights will defeat them. There will be glory if God will bless us," said one of the nobles. "And Saint Stanislav," added another. Then, turning toward Maćko, he asked him further, "Well, tell us some more. You praised the Germans and other knights because they are valiant and have conquered Litva easily. Did they not have harder work with you? Did they go against you readily? How did it happen? Praise our knights." But evidently Maćko of Bogdanec was not a braggart, because he answered modestly, "Those who had just returned from foreign lands attacked us readily, but after they tried once or twice, they attacked us with less assurance, because our people are hardened, and they reproached us for that hardness. 'You despise,' they used to say, 'death, but you help the Saracens, and you will be damned for it.' And with us the deadly grudge increased, because their taunt is not true. The King and the Queen have christened Litva, and everyone there tries to worship the Lord Christ, although not everyone knows how. And it is known also that our gracious Lord, when in the Cathedral of Płock they threw down the devil, ordered them to put a candle before him, and the priests were obliged to tell him that he ought not to do it. No wonder then about an ordinary man. Therefore many of them say to themselves, 'The Kniaz (Prince) ordered us to be baptized, therefore I was baptized. He ordered us to bow before the Christ, and I bowed. But why should I grudge a little piece of cheese to the old heathen devils? Or why should I not throw them some turnips? Why should I not pour the foam off of the beer? If I do not do it, then my horses will die, or my cows will be sick, or their milk will turn into blood, or there will be some trouble with the harvest.' And many of them do this, and they are suspected. But they are doing it because of their ignorance and their fear of the devils. Those devils were better off in times of yore. They used to have their own groves, and they used to take the horses which they rode for their tithe. But today the groves are cut down, and they have nothing to eat. In the cities the bells ring, therefore the devils are hiding in the thickest forests, and they howl there from loneliness. If a Litvin (Lithuanian) goes to the forest, then they pull him by his sheepskin overcoat, and they say, 'Give.' Some of them give, but there are also courageous boys who will not give, and then the devils catch them. One of the boys put some beans in an ox bladder, and immediately 300 devils entered there, and he stuffed the bladder with a service tree peg, brought them to Wilno, and sold them to the Franciscan priests, who gave him 20 skoyców, and he did this to destroy the enemies of Christ's name. I have seen that bladder with my own eyes. A dreadful stench came from it, because in that way those dirty spirits manifested their fear before holy water." "And who counted them that you know there were 300 devils?" asked the merchant Gamrot intelligently. "The Litvin counted them when he saw them entering the bladder. It was evident that they were there, because one would know it from the stench, and nobody wished to take out the peg to count them. "What wonders! What wonders!" exclaimed one of the nobles. "I have seen many great wonders, because everything is peculiar among them. They are shaggy, and hardly any kniaz combs his hair. They live on baked turnips, which they prefer to any other food, because they say that bravery comes from eating them. They live in the forests with their cattle and snakes. They are not abstinent in eating nor drinking. They despise the married women, but greatly respect the girls, to whom they attribute great power. They say that if a girl rubs a man with dried leaves it will stop colic." "It's worth while to have a colic if the women are beautiful," exclaimed Uncle Eiertrater. "Ask Zbyszko about it," answered Maćko of Bogdanec. Zbyszko laughed so heartily that the bench began to shake beneath him. "There are some beautiful ones," he said. "Ringalla was charming." "Who is Ringalla? Quick!" "What, you haven't heard about Ringalla?" asked Maćko. "We have not heard a word." "She was Witold's sister, and the wife of Henryk, Prince Mazowiecki." "You don't say! Which Prince Henryk? There was only one Prince Mazowiecki, elect of Płock, Bishop, of Płock, but he died." "The same one. He expected a dispensation from Rome, but death gave him his dispensation, because evidently he had not pleased God by his action. Jaśko of Oleśnica sent me with a letter to Prince Witold, when Prince Henryk, elect of Płock, was sent by the King to Ritterswerder. At that time Witold was tired of the war because he could not capture Wilno, and our King was tired of his own brothers and their dissipation. The King having noticed that Witold was shrewder and more intelligent than his own brothers, sent the Bishop to him to persuade him to leave the Knights of the Cross and return to his allegiance, for which he promised to make him ruler over Litva. Witold, always fond of changing, listened with pleasure to the embassy. There were also a feast and tournaments. The elect mounted a horse, although the other bishops did not approve of it, and in the lists he showed his knightly strength. All the princes of Mazovsha were very strong. It is very well known that even the girls of that blood can easily break horseshoes. In the beginning the Prince threw 3 knights from their saddles. The second time he threw 5 of them. He threw me from my saddle, and in the beginning of the encounter Zbyszko's horse reared and he was thrown. The Prince took all the prizes from the hands of the beautiful Ringalla, before whom he kneeled in full armour. They fell so much in love with each other that during the feasts the clerici (priests) pulled him from her by his sleeves, and her brother Witold restrained her. The Prince said, "I will give myself a dispensation, and the Pope, if not the one in Rome, then the one in Avignon, will confirm it, but I must marry her immediately, otherwise I will burn up." It was a great offence against God, but Witold did not dare to oppose him, because he did not want to displease the ambassador, and so there was a wedding. Then they went to Suraj, and afterwards to Słupsk, to the great sorrow of this youth, Zbyszko, who, according to the German custom, had selected the Princess Ringalla to be the lady of his heart, and had promised her eternal fidelity. "Bah!" suddenly interrupted Zbyszko, "it's true, but afterwards the people said that Ringalla regretted being the wife of the elect, because he, although married, did not want to renounce his spiritual dignity, and feeling that God's blessing could not be over such a marriage, poisoned her husband. When I heard that, I asked a pious hermit living not far from Lublin to absolve me from that vow." "He was a hermit," answered Maćko laughing, "but was he pious? I don't know. We went to him on Friday, and he was splitting bears' bones with an axe, and sucking the marrow so hard that there was music in his throat. But he said that the marrow was not meat, and besides he had received permission to do it, because after sucking marrow he used to have marvellous visions during his sleep, and the next day he could prophesy until noontime." "Well, well," answered Maćko, "and the beautiful Ringalla is a widow, and she may call you to her service." "It would be in vain, because I am going to choose another lady whom I will serve till death, and then I will find a wife." "You must first find the girdle of a knight." "Ova!" (an exclamation of trifling). "There will be plenty of tournaments, and before that the King will not dub a single knight. I can measure myself against any. The Prince could not have thrown me down if my horse had not reared. There will be knights here better than you are." Here the noblemen began to shout. "For heaven's sake, here in the presence of the Queen will fight not such as you, but only the most famous knights in the world. Here will fight Zawisza of Garbów and Farurej, Dobko of Oleśnica, Powała of Taczew, Paszko Złodziej of Biskupice, Jasko Naszan and Abdang of Góra, Andrzej of Brochocice, Krystyn of Ostrów and Jakub of Kobylany. Can you measure your sword against the swords of these, with whom neither the knights here, nor of the Bohemian court, nor of the Hungarian court can compete? What are you talking about? Are you better than they? How old are you?" 18, answered Zbyszko. "Every one of them could crush you between his fingers." "We will see." But Maćko said, "I have heard that the King rewarded those knights munificently who returned from the Lithuanian war. Speak, you belong here. Is it true?" "Yes, it is true," answered one of the nobles. "The King's munificence is known to the world, but it will be difficult to get near him now, because the guests are swarming to Cracow. They are coming to be in time for the Queen's confinement and for the christening, wishing to show reverence to our Lord and to render him homage. The King of Hungary is coming. They say the Roman Emperor will be here also, and plenty of princes, counts, and knights will come because not one of them expects to return with empty hands. They even say that Pope Boniface himself will arrive, because he also needs favour and help from our Lord against his adversary in Avignon. Therefore, in such a crowd, it will be difficult to approach the King, but if one would be able to see him and bow at his feet, then he will liberally reward him who deserves it. Then I will bow before him, because I have served enough, and if there is another war I shall go again. We have taken some booty, and we are not poor, but I am getting old, and when one is old, and the strength has left his bones, one is pleased to have a quiet corner." The King was glad to see those who returned from Litva with Jaśkow of Oleśnica, and they feast well now. "You see, I did not return at that time, I was still at war. You know that the Germans have suffered because of that reconciliation between the King and Kniaz Witold. The Prince cunningly got the hostages back, and then rushed against the Germans. He ruined and burned the castle, and slaughtered the knights and a great many of the people. The Germans wanted revenge, as did also Świdrigiełło, who went to them. There was again a great expedition started. The Grand Master Conrad himself went with a great army. They besieged Wilno and tried from their towers to ruin the castles. They also tried to capture the city by treachery, but they did not succeed. While retreating there were so many killed that even half of them did not escape. Then we attacked Ulrich von Jungingen, the Grand Master's brother, who is the bailiff in Swabia. But the bailiff was afraid of the Kniaz and ran away. On account of this flight there is peace, and they are rebuilding the city. One pious monk, who could walk with bare feet on hot iron, has prophesied since that time that as long as the world exists no German soldier will be seen under the walls of Wilno, and if that be so, then whose hands have done it?" Having said this, Maćko of Bogdanec extended his palms, broad and enormous. The others began to nod and to approve. "Yes, yes, it's true what he says, yes." But further conversation was interrupted by a noise entering through the windows from which the bladders had been taken out because the night was warm and clear. From afar, thrumming, singing, laughing, and the snorting of horses were heard. They were surprised because it was quite late. The host rushed to the yard of the inn, but before the guests were able to drink their beer to the last drop, he returned shouting, "Some court is coming." A moment afterward, in the door appeared a footman dressed in a blue jacket and wearing a red folding cap. He stopped, glanced at the guests, and then, having perceived the host, he said, "Wipe the tables and prepare lights. The Princess Anna Danuta will stop here tonight." Having said this, he withdrew. In the inn a great commotion began. The host called his servants, and the guests looked at one another with great surprise. "Princess Anna Danuta," said one of the townsmen, "she's Kiestyutówna." Note: Prince Kęstu's daughter. End of note. Janusz Mazowiecki's wife. She was in Cracow 2 weeks, but she went to Zator to visit Prince Wacław, and now she is coming back. Uncle Gamrot, said the other townsman, let us go to the barn and sleep on the hay. The company is too high for us. I don't wonder they are travelling during the night, said Maćko, because the days are very warm. But why do they come to the inn when the monastery is so near? Here he turned towards Zbyszko. The beautiful Ringalla's own sister, do you understand? And Zbyszko answered, there must be many Mazovian ladies with her, hey! End of chapter 1 of The Knights of the Cross by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Korea, Klucz Dalekiego Wschodu by Wacław Sieroszewski. Read in Polish by Piotr for the 10th first chapter collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Wybrzeża. Dnia 10 października 1903 roku o 6 rano zarzuciliśmy kotwicę w obszernej, okrągłej Zatoce Fuzańskiej, strzeżonej u wejścia przez dużą wyspę, 3 sterczące z wody skały i wojenny statek japoński. Okalają ją szare, brzydkie góry. Jedyną kępą zieleni jest ciemny gaj sosnowy we wklęsłości portu, tuż u błękitnej wody. W gaju, na wzgórku, wznosiło się ciemne tori, wysmukła brama japońska, a dalej poza nią powiewała czerwona chorągiew nad małą świątynią buddyjską. Ten gaj zasadzili Japończycy, powiedział z pewną dumą nasz kapitan, bardzo miły Japończyk. Spojrzałem przez perspektywę. W gaju rosły stare drzewa, kręte i grube, ale Fuzan należy do Japonii od 400 lat. Cała Korea została w XVI stuleciu zawojowana przez Japończyków. Po zgonie Shoguna Hideyoshi opuścili oni jednakże półwysep, zatrzymawszy Fuzan na zawsze. Dzielnica japońska w Fuzanie jest niewielka, 1000 domów, ale czysta i dobrze utrzymana, częściowo skanalizowana, posiada wodociąg, szpital, oddział tokijskiego banku Dai-ichi Ginko, izby handlowe, konsulat, pocztę, telegraf podmorski i korejsko-japońską gazetę Chosen Shimpo. Kolej łącząca Fuzan i przecinająca najludniejsze i najurodzajniejsze prowincje Korei miała być otwarta w maju roku bieżącego. Mieszkańców liczy Fuzan 6000, lecz w lecie, w okresie połowu ryb, ilość ich wzrasta do 15 000. Europejczycy mają tu dotychczas 8 domów, w których mieszka 20 białych. Na wyspie Jeleniej, Cheol-Lyon-do, zamykającej wyjście zatoki, Japończycy urządzili porządne składy węgla, zasilane z Nagasaki i Shimonoseki. W mieście zbudowali kilka fabryk, wielką garncarnię i młyn do obłuskiwania ryżu. Przystań, wyłożona kamieniem ciosanym, posiada ładną, kamienną tamę dla ochrony ładujących się statków, gdyż Zatoka Fuzańska pod tym względem jest niedogodna, że mają do niej dostęp tajfuny i większa fala. W mieście dużo pięknych sklepów, dużo herbaciarni i restauracji, jak zawsze w portach. Błądząc po ulicach natrafiliśmy nawet na małą Yoshiwarę, dzielnicę wesołych domów, gdzie brzęczały samiuseny i spoza zamkniętych żaluzji tryskał wesoły śmiech. Tuż za wzgórkiem, za gajem sosnowym świątyni, kryły się obszerne, okolone murem koszary. Jakiej jesteście narodowości i co tu robicie? Spytał nas łamaną angielszczyzną policjant japoński wynurzający się niespodzianie z zarośli. Towarzysz mój odpowiedział mu dyplomatycznie, że przybyliśmy na japońskim parowcu towarzystwa Nippon Yusen Kaisha. Zapisał coś w notatniku, skłonił się i odszedł ku przystani, a myśmy udali się w stronę przeciwną, na dół, przez gaj. Za koszarami stał piękny, duży budynek. Na obszernym, wzniesionym i równym jego dziedzińcu maszerowały, klekocąc sandałami, kolumny chłopczyków i dziewcząt w ciemnych kirimono. Co jakiś czas na dany znak szyki się łamały, dzieci zaczynały z wrzaskiem ścigać się, bawić, swawolić i grać w piłkę. Nauczyciele i nauczycielki z wdziękiem i widoczną przyjemnością brali udział w tych zabawach, po czym znowu na dany znak wszyscy wracali na miejsca do swych obowiązków. Przez obszerną sień weszliśmy do gmachu. Wszystko uderzało nadzwyczajną schludnością i prostotą. Jeden z nauczycieli wyszedł na nasze spotkanie i, wprowadziwszy nas do małego saloniku, prosił uprzejmie, byśmy zaczekali, aż zawiadomi dyrektora o naszej chęci zwiedzenia zakładu. Salonik służył jednocześnie za gabinet fizyczny. Stały tam dobrze zrobione maszyny i globusy, sporo okazów wypchanych ptaków i zwierząt. Po chwili wrócił nauczyciel w towarzystwie młodego Japończyka, który płynnie mówił po angielsku, i udaliśmy się przez szerokie, widne korytarze do klas. Wszędzie niezwykła czystość, moc powietrza i słońca. Ławki, katedry, tablice europejskie, na ścianach mapy, wizerunki zwierząt i roślin, portrety znakomitych ludzi i sceny historyczne. W każdej prawie sali, na katedrze lub osobnym stoliczku stały kwiaty, jakiś drobiazg artystyczny lub pięknie malowany parawanik, co nadawało sali miły urok domowego zakątka, rozświecało dzieciom wdzięcznym uśmiechem szarą nudę obowiązkowego w klasach pobytu. W jednej z sal trafiliśmy na lekcję śpiewu. Ładnie ubrana nauczycielka, z kwiatkiem we włosach, grała na pokojowych organach i śpiewała półgłosem, a dzieci wtórzyły jej chórem. W innej sali nauczyciel w surducie wykładał geometrię, kreśląc na tablicy figury. Dzieci zdawały się nie zwracać na nas najmniejszej uwagi. Jedynie nauczyciele i nauczycielki odpowiadali na nasz ukłon uśmiechem i kiwnięciem głowy. Wspaniale, powtarzał mój towarzysz, pedagog z zawodu, jaka swoboda, prostota i serdeczność. Nie dziwiło mię ani istnienie w Fuzanie takiej szkoły, ani wyborne jej urządzenie, gdyż w Japonii przeciętnie na 1500 mieszkańców przypada jedna szkoła ludowa, a na każde 3 do 4 tysięcy szkoła wyższego typu. Prócz tego istnieją w Fuzanie japońskie szkoły dla Korejczyków i szkoły korejskie. Wielu Korejczyków snuło się po ulicach, lecz domów ich nie znaleźliśmy w japońskim mieście. Aby je obaczyć, musieliśmy udać się daleko, aż do wioski na Podgórze. Wioska wyglądała z dala jak kępa rumowisk. Swora szarych, zajadłych psów i gromadka biało odzianych dzieciaków wyskoczyły na nasze spotkanie. Znikły jednak, gdyśmy się zbliżyli. Zza murów wychyliły się głowy ze zawiniętymi na czubkach kokami. Przez skrętą, zaśmieconą uliczkę weszliśmy na jakieś podwórko. Na wąziuchnej werandzie, przed niziutkiemi drzwiami maleńkiego domku, złożonego z głazów, siedział na piętach Korejczyk brodaty, poważny, w niepokalanych, białych szatach i włosianym, ażurowym kapeluszu na głowie. Przed nim stał mały stoliczek z miseczkami z jadłem, obok klęczała żona, trzymając łubiane pudełko z gotowanym ryżem, a w ciemnym otworze drzwi migała młoda, śniada twarzyczka dziewczęcia z srebrnymi kolczykami w uszach. Korejczyk dziobał spokojnie w miseczkach swemi pałeczkami stołowymi, rzuciwszy na nas ledwie przelotne spojrzenie. Dopiero gdym skierował nań aparat fotograficzny, machnął wzbraniająco ręką. Nie mogliśmy się z nim dogadać. Zresztą okazywał zupełną obojętność na nasze zachowanie się, wyjąwszy manewry z aparatem. Na to pilnie miał oko zwrócone. Żona, która schowała się pośpiesznie za drzwi, patrzała na nas stamtąd ciekawie wraz z córką. Wkoło, za grudami bezładnie zwalonych kamieni, rozlegały się śmiechy i szepty. Tam kryli się ludzie, dzicy i nieufni. Psy, wtulone w rozmaite szczeliny, warczały i ujadały wściekle. Staliśmy bezradni i zarazem niezmiernie zaciekawieni otaczającą nas scenką z kamiennego wieku. Nagle na tle słonecznego błękitu, dalekiego nieba i morza ukazały się dwie ładne Japonki, które niespodzianie weszły na sąsiedni pagórek. Wiotkie, wytworne, w ciemnych, powłóczystych szatach, przepasanych barwnymi obi, z nimbem czerwonych, przejrzystych parasolek wokoło uśmiechniętych twarzy, wyglądały jak wysłanki z innego świata. Prowadziły pieczołowicie za rękę małe, pyzate dziecię, ubrane pstro jak motyl. I to był wschód, lecz jakże odmienny. Towarzyszył im młody uczeń w pasiastym kirimonie. Umiał trochę po angielsku, więc wysłuchał z niezmierną powagą naszych żądań, rozważył i przetłumaczył. Korejczyk kiwnął głową i wyciągnął rękę. Położyliśmy na niej monetę, po czym krajowiec pozwolił się odfotografować i obejrzeć swój dom. Ciemna, niska budka bez okien, wysłana cienkiemi, słomianymi matami. W najdalszym jej rogu, tyłem do nas, stały skulone kobiety z twarzami ukrytymi w dłoniach. Smutni, rozżaleni, wracaliśmy z wycieczki przez senne pola jesienne. Tu i ówdzie sunęły wolno jedna za drugą wysokie, białe postacie w ażurowych, włosianych kapeluszach i inne, drobniejsze, z różowymi i zielonymi zasłonami, zarzuconymi zazdrośnie na głowy i twarze. Na czarnych, skibionych polach półnadzy oracze nawracali leniwo spracowane woły i ciężkie pługi. Dzieci uciekały od nas pośpiesznie i kryły się w bruzdach. Po południu udaliśmy się na północno-wschodnią stronę zatoki, gdzie bielała w oddali stacja kolei budującej się do Seulu. Na drodze pnącej się stromo w górę snuły się białe tłumy rosłych Korejczyków. Szły kobiety korejskie w szerokich spódnicach, niosąc na głowach kosze z owocami i warzywem, dzbany z wodą, paczki i węzły. Żwawym krokiem przechodzili ciemno ubrani, zawiędli, drobni Japończycy, żołnierze korejscy i japońscy w zupełnie jednakowych mundurach. Od żółtych, nadbrzeżnych urwisk, zrytych jak kretowiska, zlatywały ku morzu wagoniki pełne ziemi i głazów. Na wagonikach siedzieli ogorzali korejscy kopacze, korejscy kamieniarze ciosali bloki kamienne, korejscy tragarze przetaczali je z miejsca na miejsce. W górze i w dole, na gzymsach urwisk, u błękitnej, zasypywanej ziemią przystani, wśród największego mrowia nagich, ogorzałych ciał i białych płócien korejskich stali spokojnie, z mapami i narzędziami w ręku, niepozorni japońscy inżynierowie i nadzorcy, kierujący robotami. Senni zazwyczaj i powolni Korejczycy ruszali się żwawo. Wszędzie tętniało życie. Rozlegał się huk rozsadzanych opok, wycie i zgrzyt szyn wstrząsanych przelotem wagonów samotoków, głuchy gwar głosów zmieszanych z jednostajnie melodyjnym gęźbieniem morza. Nigdzie w Korei już nie widziałem nic podobnego. Starożytne ruiny korejskiego zamku, strzegące na wysokiej przełęczy drogi fuzańskiej w głąb lądu, pewnie z równym zdumieniem patrzały na ten obraz i wspominały dawne czasy. Fuzan, jako port najstarszy, najlepiej zagospodarowany i najbliżej Japonii położony, na długo pewnie pozostanie ogniskiem japońsko-korejskiego handlu. Współzawodniczyć z nim może tylko sąsiedni, o parę godzin odległy Masampo, który ma dogodniejszą, obszerną i zaciszną przystań, dosyć głęboką, aby statki mogły stawać u samego brzegu. Ale i tam już usadowili się i gospodarują Japończycy. Przed wojną było ich tam, nie licząc wojska, około 1000. Mieli już konsulat, porty i założyli miasteczko niedaleko od wielkiej wsi korejskiej, mającej bez mała 10 000 mieszkańców. Do końca ubiegłego stulecia Fusan posiadał monopol na zewnętrzny handel Korei, zresztą bardzo ograniczony i skrępowany rozmaitymi przepisami. Dopiero w 1883 roku zostały otwarte dla cudzoziemców dodatkowe porty Genzan i Chemmulpo, a następnie Mokpo i Chinampo w 1898 roku oraz Masampo, Seonchinpo, północno-zachodni, i Kyunsan w 1899 roku. Wtedy, dzięki swemu położeniu u ujścia spławnej rzeki Hanhan, bliskości stolicy, łatwości komunikacji z miastem Pjongjang i Kyunsan, okolicami urodzajnymi i zaludnionymi, dzięki wreszcie sąsiedztwu Chin, wysunął się na pierwsze miejsce port Chemmulpo. Przedtem była to marna korejska wioska. Teraz powstało tam ładne miasteczko, mające z górą 8 000 mieszkańców. W tej liczbie znaczna większość Japończyków, 1500 Chińczyków i 100 Europejczyków, Anglików, Amerykanów i Niemców. W brudnej i ubogiej dzielnicy korejskiej gromadzi się podobno do 15 000 majtków, przewoźników, ładowników, drobnych przekupniów oraz innej biedoty. Miasto zalega stoki wysokiego pagórka. Białe jego domy wyglądają bardzo ładnie wśród zieleni licznych ogrodów. Dzielnica japońska jest najobszerniejsza, najlepiej urządzona i w najlepszym miejscu. Tam jedynie można dostać rzeczy niezbędnych do życia. Poważną konkurencję wszakże robią Japończykom Chińczycy, którzy, posiadając znacznie więcej pieniędzy i tańszy kredyt, wypierają ich zwolna z hurtowego handlu. W drobnym handlu zdążyli już zmonopolizować w swych rękach sprzedaż żywności oraz jarzyn dostarczanych przez okolicznych rolników. Najlepszy, po europejsku urządzony hotel Daibutsu znajduje się w dzielnicy japońskiej i należy do Japończyków. Mogłoby go pozazdrościć niejedno miasto polskie. Konsulat japoński, piękny pałacyk w głębi ogrodu, panuje ze szczytu góry nad miastem. Pyszny widok otwiera się stamtąd na zatokę pełną statków, na uroczą wysepkę Roza, oddzielającą właściwą przystań od portu zewnętrznego, na blado-błękitny liman rzeki Han, szeroko roztrącający na północy różowe nadbrzeżne skały. Port jest dość płytki. Wielkie, wojenne oraz handlowe statki muszą się zatrzymywać daleko od brzegu. Kiedym był w Czemulpo, przybył właśnie pancernik rosyjski z 2 torpedowcami, żądając od konsulatu japońskiego zadośćuczynienia z powodu jakiejś zwady marynarzy rosyjskich z tutejszym tłumem japońskim. Ogromne, czarno, bojowo pomalowane okręty wyglądały z dala jak drobne musze kropki na lazurowym puklerzu morza. Podczas gdy cała sprawa była roztrząsana przez przedstawicieli obu państw w twierdzy korejskiej, na wyspie Kanghoa posępnie huczały działa i siwy dym słał się nad zatoką. Biedacy, choć strzelaniem do celu, zawiadamiali świat o swym istnieniu. Bez wątpienia, że i Czemulpo zawdzięcza znaczny swój rozwój handlowy Japończykom, którzy nie tylko zbudowali miasto, utrzymują kolej łączącą je ze stolicą, 45 km, urządzili nad morzem przystań, lecz pierwsi założyli tu bank, izby handlowe, konsulat, pocztę, telegraf, agentury przewozowe, ogniową straż ochotniczą itd. Obroty handlowe Czemulpo sięgają 9 milionów rubli, odwiedza go z górą 1000 statków rocznie, w tej liczbie 300 parowców. W 1902 roku zawinęło doń 451 żaglowców i 533 parowce ogólnej pojemności 305 395 tonów. Ci mali wyspiarze wszędzie na wschodzie wnoszą zaczyn nowego życia. Chińczycy i Korejczycy ufają im, gdyż widzą w nich braci. Zresztą kupcy korejscy są ubodzy, mało ukształceni, niezabiegliwi i nie mają floty. Nieprędko więc będą mogli obejść się bez cudzej pomocy. Z portów otwartych dla cudzoziemców jedynie Genzan, leżący na północno-wschodnim wybrzeżu półwyspu, może się pochwalić pewną liczbą korejskich kupców i czymś w rodzaju korejskiego handlu. Ale i tam głównymi dostawcami i odbiorcami towarów są Japończycy. Wywożą oni stąd głównie miedź, skóry, bydło, zboże i złoto, dorywczo dobywane przez krajowców w północnej Korei. W lecie gromadzi się tu mnóstwo rybaków, zaglądają często statki towarzystw wielorybniczych rosyjskiego i japońskiego. Cały rok w dzielnicy korejskiej odbywa się co 5 dni zwykły jarmark, na który schodzą się wieśniacy z okolicznych wiosek. Słynie Genzan z wyrobu mosiężnych fajeczek i obuwia plecionego ze szpagatu. Genzan, po korejsku Wenzan, należy do najstarszych pobrzeżnych sadyb korejskich. Kroniki z XIV stulecia już o nim wspominają. Z okolic Genzanu pochodzi słynny władca junge, założyciel obecnie panującej dynastii. 12-tysięczne miasto korejskie tworzy długą, ściśle zabudowaną ulicę w południowo-zachodnim końcu zatoki, głębszym i lepiej osłoniętym od wiatrów niż część środkowa, zajęta przez dzielnicę europejską i japońską, albo północna, port Łazarewa, która choć nie zamarza, ale nieraz w zimie wypełnia się krami przynoszonymi przez prądy od Władywostoku. W okresie mego pobytu w Genzanie, w porcie Łazarewa, kryły się niewidzialne wcale z lądu ani morza wojenne okręty angielskie i amerykańskie. Zresztą, sądząc z położenia i budowli genzańskich, mieszkańcy tego miasta nigdy nie dbali bardzo o morze. Korejski Genzan, 3000 domów i 15 000 mieszkańców, robi wrażenie wielkiego, brudnego, zaniedbanego zajazdu. W sklepikach, kramach, budach sprzedają przeważnie jedzenie lub rzeczy potrzebne tragarzom, woźnicom, podróżnym. Przed każdym prawie domem na odrzuconych klapach okien stoją naczynia, misy, filiżanki do herbaty, wskazujące, że tu można się posilić, wypocząć, nawet przenocować. W głębi podwórek widać obszerne szopy i żłoby, pełne nieraz koni, mułów, wołów. Przez ulice ciągną całe karawany tych zwierząt objuczonych pakami towarów, gdyż w Genzanie zbiegają się końce 3 gościńców, łączących brzeg wschodni półwyspu z brzegiem zachodnim, ze stolicą oraz miastami północnymi, dostarczające drogich futer, żeńszenia oraz cennych pant. Przypis. Młode rogi jelenie, pełne krwi, zanurzone po odpiłowaniu w słony wrzątek, używane przez Chińczyków jako wzmacniające lekarstwo. Koniec przypisu. Na ulicach snują się tłumy woźniców, przewoźników, tragarzy, wędrownych kramarzy, ogorzałych i brudnych, ale odzianych niezmiennie w białe szaty i ażurowe, czarne kapelusze, w których wnętrzu prześwieca kok, starannie zwinięty na czubku głowy. Mówią głośno, ale chodzą i ruszają się wolno, często przysiadają gromadkami na skraju drogi, pod ścianą albo u kramika, wyciągają z zapasa małe, mosiężne fajeczki na długich cybuchach i palą je w milczącym skupieniu. Wszystko to żyje z przewozu towarów, ale na przystani nie widziałem ani jednej dżonki korejskiej. Były tam jedynie liche łodzie rybacze. A przecież Korea jest krajem stworzonym dla żeglarzy. Długość tego półwyspu 4 razy przewyższa jego szerokość w najszerszym miejscu. Najodleglejsze od wybrzeży miejscowości leżą zaledwie o 70 mil od morza. Były czasy, kiedy Korejczycy słynęli jako żeglarze, kiedy flota ich słusznie uważana była za najlepszą na Dalekim Wschodzie. W 1593 roku w morskiej bitwie pod Kelpartem zwyciężyli oni potężnych Japończyków, marzących o koronie chińskiej. Ale właśnie po tej morderczej wojnie, której terenem była Korea i która trwała 6 lat, nieszczęśliwy, znękany naród postanowił zerwać wszelkie stosunki z łupieszczym i krwiożerczym światem. Handel z cudzoziemcami był zakazany pod karą śmierci, budowa statków morskich i żeglarstwo utrudnione, brzegi opustoszałe z mieszkańców, wioski i miasteczka przeniesione w głąb lądu. Wzdłuż morza, na wysokich górach, powstał cały szereg strażnic, które za pomocą ogni sygnałowych, ponsiui, dawały znać najbliższej władzy, a następnie stolicy, o zbliżaniu się każdego obcego okrętu. Śmiałkowie, którzy odważali się wówczas w małej liczbie lub nie dość uzbrojeni i ostrożni wylądować na niegościnne brzegi, płacili za to życiem. Stan taki przetrwał lat 400. Jeszcze w 1866 roku statek amerykański generał Sherman, który wszedł bez pozwolenia w ujście rzeki Ta-Don-Hań, zniknął bez śladu wraz z załogą. Z takiego snu niełatwo się zbudzić. Podróżnika płynącego wzdłuż brzegów Korei uderza ich straszna martwota. Poczwarnie pogiętych i popaczonych ich skał nie zdobi żadna roślinność. Nigdzie nie widać ani wiosek, ani pól uprawnych. Rzadko łodzie z żółtymi żaglami pojawiają się niespodzianie i nikną niepostrzeżenie wśród urwistych przylądków, jak gdyby lękając się ludzkiego spojrzenia. Jedynie fale wznoszą się wysoko i pienią, gdyż Morze Korejskie jest burzliwe. W lecie szaleją tu tajfuny, a w zimie burze lodowe. W 1902 roku odwiedziło wybrzeże korejskie, właściwie jego otwarte dla handlu porty, 2560 żaglowców pojemności 80 539 tonów i 2902 parowce pojemności 1 160 895 tonów. Ogromną większość przedstawiały statki japońskie. 1516 żaglowców pojemności 61 123 tonów i 1904 parowce pojemności 877 193 tonów. Pocztowe i pasażerskie należące do towarzystw Nippon Yusen-Kaisha, Osaka Shosen-Kaisha i Hori Company zawijają z kolei do 3 główniejszych portów co tydzień, a do drugorzędnych co 2 tygodnie. End of chapter 1 of Korea, Klucz Dalekiego Wschodu by Wacław Sieroszewski.
This is a chapter entitled His Early Training from the book Leonardo da Vinci. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Bvince. This is the book Leonardo da Vinci by Maurice W. Brockwell. The chapter is entitled His Early Training.
Practically nothing is known about Leonardo's boyhood, but Vasari informs us that Sir Piero, impressed with the remarkable character of his son's genius, took some of his drawings to Andrea del Verrocchio, an intimate friend, and begged him earnestly to express an opinion on them. Verrocchio was so astonished at the power they revealed that he advised Sir Piero to send Leonardo to study under him. Leonardo thus entered the studio of Andrea del Verrocchio about 1469 to 1470 in the workshop of that great Florentine sculptor, goldsmith, and artist. He met other craftsmen, metalworkers, and youthful painters, among whom was Botticelli, at that moment of his development, a jovial habitué of the Poetical Supper Club, who had not yet given any premonitions of becoming the poet, the mystic, and visionary of later time. There also Leonardo came into contact with that unoriginal painter, Lorenzo di Credi, his junior by 7 years. He also, no doubt, met Perugino, whom Michelangelo called that blockhead in art. The genius and versatility of the Vincian painter was, however, in no way dulled by intercourse with lesser artists than himself. On the contrary, he vied with each in turn, and readily outstripped his fellow pupils. In 1472, at the age of 20, he was admitted into the Guild of Florentine Painters. Unfortunately, very few of Leonardo's paintings have come down to us. Indeed, there do not exist a sufficient number of finished and absolutely authentic oil pictures from his own hand to afford illustrations for this short chronological sketch of his life's work. The few that do remain, however, are of so exquisite a quality, or were until they were, quote, comforted, unquote, by the uninspired restorer, that we can unreservedly accept the enthusiastic records of tradition in respect of all his works. To rightly understand the essential characteristics of Leonardo's achievements, it is necessary to regard him as a scientist quite as much as an artist, as a philosopher no less than a painter, as a draftsman rather than a colorist. There is hardly a branch of human learning to which he did not at one time or another give his eager attention, and he was engrossed in turn by the study of architecture, the foundation stone of all true art, sculpture, mathematics, engineering, and music. His versatility was unbounded, and we are apt to regret that this many-sided genius did not realize that it is by developing his power within certain limits that the great master is revealed. Leonardo may be described as the most universal genius of Christian times, perhaps of all time. End of chapter.
Placówka by Bolesław Prus, read in Polish for the 10th first chapter collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Piotr. Spod pagórka, nie większego od chaty, wypływa źródło rzeki Białki. W opoczystym gruncie wyżłobiło ono kotlinę, gdzie woda burzy się i kipi, jak rój pszczół gotujący się do odlotu. Najniespokojniejsze cząstki wodnej masy odrywają się od jej powierzchni, w dzień niewidzialne, podczas nocy zgęszczają się i tworzą mglisty tuman nad źródłem. Tuman włóczy się nad polami i dla odpływu wody upatruje najlepszego miejsca. Gdziekolwiek zobaczysz mgłę rozwalającą się w powietrzu, tam woda albo drzemie w bagnach, albo kryje się niegłęboko pod ziemią, albo, wykopawszy sobie łożysko, płynie strumieniem. W tym kształcie woda przestaje być rzeczą martwą, jest raczej istotą żywą, która gdzieś dąży i czegoś szuka z pośpiechem. Gdy jej drogę zastąpi kamień, podmywa go, napada ze wszech stron, obrzuca żwirem, wciska się do szczelin, aż go w końcu na bok odsunie albo skruszy. Gdy spotka pagórek, okrąża go. Gdy natknie się na grunt wzniesiony, zmienia kierunek, dzieli się na strumyki, czasem udaje, że zwraca się wstecz. Ale dopóty nurtuje i zwodzi ziemię, aż w końcu znajdzie właściwą ścieżkę i płynie dalej, gdzie chciała. Nawet przepaść jej nie trwoży. Bez wahania wlewa się tam całą masą i z siebie samej robi most, po którym przesuwają się następne fale, niestrudzone, niepowstrzymane w cichym biegu. Między wodą i niebem zdaje się istnieć jakaś tajemnicza sympatia. Niebo z upodobaniem przegląda się w powierzchni rzeki. Promienie słońca srebrzą i złocą jej zmarszczki, kąpią się w niej i oświetlają jej dno. Może chcą dopomóc, aby łatwiej porządkowała piasek i kamyki tamujące ruch naprzód. To też, gdy wiatr wschodni rozpędzi najweselszą ludność nieba, obłoki i przez długi czas w górze widać tylko ziejącą upałem lazurową pustynię, wtedy rzeka mizernieje, a niekiedy usycha z tęsknoty. Lecz gdy znowu obłoki odzyskają swoje dziedzictwo, wnet ich legiony śpieszą na pomoc obumarłej przyjaciółce. Strumienie niebieskie podsycają wyschły strumień ziemski, woda zapieniona występuje z łożyska i swoje przebudzenie zaznacza na ziemi powodzią. Wkrótce jednak uspokaja się. Obłoki znowu rozpoczynają wieczną wędrówkę, a ukojona rzeka znowu biegnie naprzód, między łąki, wzgórza i lasy. Płynie po ostrych kamieniach, po czarnoziemiu, albo przez środek bagnisk snem ujętych, jakby goniła polne koniki, albo chciała uciec od garbatych wierzb, które najeżywszy się smutnie, patrzą w wodę wypróchniałymi oczyma. Na przestrzeni mili Białka płynie równiną. Lasy, wsie, drzewa w polu, krzyże na drogach, wszystko widać jak na dłoni, zmniejszające się w miarę odległości. Okolica wygląda jak okrągły stół, w środku którego stoi człowiek, jak mucha, przykryta niebieskim kloszem. Wolno mu jeść, co znajdzie i czego inni nie zabiorą, byle nie chodził za daleko i zbyt wysoko nie latał. Ale po przejściu mili w stronę południa znajdujemy inny kraj. Płaskie brzegi Białki wznoszą się i oddalają od siebie. Gładkie pole nabrzmiewa pagórkami. Ścieżka to idzie do góry, to spada na dół, znowu idzie w górę i znowu spada coraz gwałtowniej i częściej. Równina znikła, jesteś we wąwozie i zamiast rozległego horyzontu spotykasz na prawo i na lewo, przed sobą i za sobą wzgórza wysokie na kilka piętr, łagodne lub spadziste, nagie lub zarośnięte krzakami. Z tego wąwozu przechodzisz w drugi wąwóz, jeszcze dzikszy i cieśniejszy, potem w trzeci, czwarty, 10. Ogarnia cię chłód i wilgoć, wdrapujesz się na pagórek i widzisz, że jest to ogromna sieć wąwozów, rozwidlających się i poplątanych. Całość ich robi wrażenie miasta zasypanego ziemią i roślinnością. Oto plac, na którym stoi dzika róża, w miejscu, gdzie kiedyś był wodotrysk. To rozłożyste wzgórze może jest grobem teatru, a tamto, spadziste, może ukrywa w sobie ruiny kościoła. Tu biegnie ulica główna, 2 szeregi gmachów, gdzieniegdzie oddzielonych parterowymi domkami, tu ślady mostu, który kiedyś przeskakiwał rzekę, tam labirynt uliczek, po których można by cały dzień błądzić, zapewne stare miasto, tam szczątki bulwaru, a dalej brama miejska, po której zostały tylko 2 wzgórza gruzów. Jeszcze paręset kroków z biegiem rzeki i znowu zmienia się krajobraz. Zasypane miasto i fantastyczne ulice znikły. Pagórki są coraz niższe i stoją oddzielnie, podobne do wielkich mrowisk. Blask południowego słońca uderza cię prosto w oczy. Z kraju wąwozów dostałeś się w obszerną dolinę Białki. Jeżeli ziemia jest stołem, na którym opatrzność dla stworzeń przygotowała ucztę, to Dolina Białki jest olbrzymim półmiskiem, mającym bardzo wydłużoną formę i mocno zadarte brzegi. Tylko w zimie półmisek ten jest biały, w każdej innej porze wygląda jak majolika, ozdobiona mnóstwem barw i kształtów, surowych i nieregularnych, lecz pięknych. Na dnie owego naczynia boski garncarz umieścił łąkę i w całej długości z północy na południe przeciął ją wstęgą białki, na której tle szafirowem czerwonawe fale połyskują z rana i wieczorem, złote w dzień, a srebrzyste podczas jasnych nocy. Tak urobiwszy dno, zabrał się do lepienia brzegów, pilnie bacząc, ażeby każdy posiadał całkiem odrębną fizjognomię. Więc zachodni wygląda dziko, łąka dotyka tu ściany wzgórz spadzistych, poszarpanych wąwozami i zasypanych wapiennym żwirem. Gdzieniegdzie rośnie krzak głogu, karłowata brzoza albo trześnia tak chora, że już nie rodzi owoców. Często widać płaty ziemi, jakby obdartej ze skóry. Najwytrzymalsza roślina ucieka stąd, a miejsce zieloności zajmują gliny, siwe pokłady piasku albo opoka, co wyszczerza na łąkę trupie zęby. Wschodni brzeg jest zupełnie inny. Tworzy on jakby amfiteatr o 3 kondygnacjach, łagodnie wznoszących się jedna nad drugą. Pierwsze piętro, tuż nad łąką, zbudowano z czarnoziemu. W jednym miejscu widać na niem długi, pogięty szereg chałup otoczonych drzewami. Jest to wieś. Drugie piętro ukształtowało się z ziemi gliniastej. Tu stoi dwór, prawie nade wsią, z którą łączy go stara aleja lipowa. Na prawo i na lewo, jak zajrzy oko, ciągną się dworskie łany w postaci wielkich prostokątów, żółtych pod pszenicą, piaskowych pod żytem, zielonych pod grochem, albo szarych i podkarbowanych zagonami pod ugorem. Nareszcie trzecią kondygnację tworzą grunta piaszczyste, obsiewane owsem lub żytem, a jeszcze wyżej czerni się las sosnowy, podpierający niebo. W północnym krańcu doliny, gdzie dziki brzeg zachodni prawie styka się ze wschodnim amfiteatrem, widać gromadkę pagórków stojących pojedynczo jak kopce. 3 z nich, pomiędzy tymi jeden najwyższy w okolicy z sosną na szczycie, należy do gospodarza Józefa Ślimaka. Jest to posiadłość jak pustelnia, do wsi z niej daleko, a jeszcze dalej do dworu. Obejmuje 10 morgów gruntu, od wschodu przytyka do rzeki Białki, od zachodu do gościńca, który z tego miejsca przecina w ukos dolinę i biegnie do wsi. Przy owej drodze mieszczą się budynki Ślimaka. Jest tam chata, zwrócona jednymi drzwiami do gościńca, drugiemi do podwórka. Jest stajnia z oborą i chlewkiem nakryte jednym dachem. Jest stodoła i wreszcie szopa na wozy. Wszystko ustawione wzdłuż boków kwadratowego dziedzińca. Chłopi dolińscy żartowali ze Ślimaka, że mieszka na wygnaniu jak Sybirak. Prawda, że do kościoła, mówili, bliżej mu niż nam, ale za to nie ma do kogo gęby otworzyć. Pustka wszelako nie była tak bezludną. W jesieni, przy ciepłym dniu, można było widzieć na wzgórzu białą figurę parobka, jak w parę koni orał ziemię, albo żonę Ślimaka i dziewczynę najmitkę, obie w czerwonych spódnicach, jak kopały kartofle. Między wzgórzami 13-letni Jędrek Ślimak zwykle pasł krowy, wyprawiając przytem dziwne łamańce. Lepiej zaś poszukawszy, znalazłbyś jeszcze 8-letniego Staśka z białymi jak len włosami, który włóczył się po wąwozach, albo siedząc na pagórku pod sosną, zamyślony patrzył w dolinę. Zagroda ta, kropla w oceanie ludzkich interesów, była jednak odrębnym światem, który przechodził różne fazy i posiadał własną historię. Był na przykład czas, że Józef Ślimak miał ledwie 7 morgów gruntu, a w chacie tylko żonę. Wkrótce jednak spotkały go 2 niespodzianki. Żona powiła syna Jędrka, a gospodarstwo, skutkiem układu o serwituty, powiększyło się o 3 morgi ziemi. Wypadki te wywołały dużą zmianę w życiu chłopa. Dokupił bowiem krowę i wieprza i począł wynajmować wiejskich komorników do robót około swej ziemi. W kilka lat później przyszedł na świat drugi syn. Wówczas Ślimakowa zgodziła sobie do pomocy starą wyrobnicę sobieską, sposobem próby na pół roku. Próba przeciągnęła się do 3 kwartałów, po czym stęskniona za karczmą Sobieska uciekła w nocy na wieś. Jej zaś miejsce zajęła głupia Zośka, znowu na pół roku. Ślimakowej zdawało się, że po ukończeniu najpilniejszej roboty będzie mogła obejść się bez sługi. Głupia Zośka przesiedziała u nich około 6 lat, lecz choć następnie poszła na służbę do dworu, w chacie jednak roboty nie ubyło. Przyjęła więc gospodyni 15-letnią sierotę Magdę, która lubo miała swoją krowę, kilka zagonów ziemi i pół chaty, wolała jednak pójść między ludzi, niż siedzieć na ojcowiźnie. Mówiła, że stryj za mocno ją bijał. Dalsi zaś krewni umieli tylko zachęcać ją do pokory, twierdząc, że im stryj więcej kijów połamie, tem dla niej będzie lepiej. Ślimak wciąż sam pracował około roli, rzadko wynajmując robotników. Mimo to tyle jeszcze miał czasu, że chodził z końmi do dworu albo Żydkom mieszkającym w osadzie przywoził towary z miasta. Dwór jednak coraz częściej wzywał go do roboty, więc Ślimakowi już nie wystarczali dzienni najemnicy i począł oglądać się za pomocnikiem stałym. Pewnej jesieni, kiedy żona najmocniej suszyła mu głowę o parobka, zdarzyło się, że wracał ze szpitala Maciek Owczarz, któremu wóz wykręcił nogę. Kalece wypadła droga koło chaty Ślimaków, a że był nędzny i zmęczony, więc usiadł na kamieniu przy wrotach i miłosiernie zaczął spoglądać na sień chałupy. Tam właśnie gospodyni tarła dla trzody gotowane kartofle, takie dobre, że ich smak wraz z kłębami pary rozchodził się po całym gościńcu. Owczarza aż w dołku zakręciło od tych zapachów i już wcale nie mógł podnieść się z kamienia. — To wy, owczarzu? — odezwała się Ślimakowa, ledwie poznawszy nieboraka w łachmanach. — Już ci ja — odpowiedział nędzarz. — Gadali we wsi, że was zabiło. — Gorzej mi zrobiło — westchnął Maciek, bo mnie oddali do szpitala. Czemużem ja nie został na miejscu pod wozem? Miałbym już dziś niezawodny nocleg i głodu bym nie cierpiał. Gospodyni zamyśliła się. Żeby człowiek był pewny, rzekła po chwili, że nie zamrzesz, to może byś i u nas został parobkiem. Biedak zerwał się z kamienia i przeszedł do chaty, wlokąc za sobą nogę. Co mam zamrzeć? Zawołał. Zęby przecie mam zdrowe i robić mogę za dwóch, bylem się trochę odgryzł. Dajcie mi barszczu z chlebem, a ino zjem, urąbię wam bodaj furę drzewa. Potrzymajcie mnie z tydzień na próbę, a wszystkie te góry zaoram. Będę wam służył za stare odzienie i łatane buty, bylem się miał gdzie przytulić na zimę. Tu owczarz zamilkł, zdziwiony, że tak dużo nagadał, bo z natury był małomówny. Ślimakowa obejrzała go ze wszystkich stron, nakarmiła, a zobaczywszy, że zjadł miskę barszczu, a drugą kartofli, kazała mu umyć się w rzece. Gdy zaś mąż wrócił wieczorem do domu, przedstawiła Maćka jako parobka, który już drew urąbał i nakarmił bydło. Ślimak w milczeniu wysłuchał tego, co się stało, a że miał serce pełne litości, więc rzekł po namyśle: to se zostań u nas, człowieku. Nam będzie lepiej, tobie będzie lepiej. Nam będzie gorzej, tobie będzie gorzej. A jak kiedyś, Boże nie daj, całkiem zabraknie chleba w chałupie, to trafisz se tam, gdzie byś trafił i dzisiaj. Wypoczętego zresztą każdy prędzej weźmie do roboty. Takim sposobem dostał się do zagrody nowy mieszkaniec. Cichy jak mrówka, wierny jak pies i, choć kaleka, pracowity za 2 konie. Od tej pory, z wyjątkiem żółtego psa Burka, nic już nie przybyło w ślimakowem gospodarstwie, ani z dzieci, ani ze służby, ani z dobytku. Życie zagrody ułożyło się do doskonałej równowagi. Wszystkie prace, niepokoje i nadzieje, wszystkie dusze ludzkie krążyły około jednego celu – utrzymania bytu. Dla tego celu najmitka znosiła drwa na komin, albo śpiewając i skacząc biegła po kartofle do lochu. Dlatego gospodyni zrywała się przed dniem do swoich krów, albo piekła się przy ogniu, odsuwając i przysuwając wielkie garnki. Dlatego schylony nad pługiem pocił się owczarz, albo ciągnął kulawą nogę za broną. Dlatego wreszcie celu ślimak, szepcząc ranne pacierze, chodził o świcie do dworskich stodół, albo sprzedane zboże odwoził Żydkom do miasta. Z tej samej przyczyny, odpoczywając po robocie, narzekali oni zimą, że mało leży śniegu na życie, albo troszczyli się, skąd wziąć paszy dla bydła. Z tej przyczyny w maju prosili Boga o deszcz, a w końcu czerwca o pogodę. Z tej po żniwach zgadywali, ile ćwierci wyda kopa i jakie będą ceny. Niby pszczoły koło ula roiły się ich myśli około wielkiej sprawy powszedniego chleba. Zboczyć z tych kierunków było im trudno, całkiem wydobyć niepodobna. Nawet mawiali z dumą, że jak pan jest po to, ażeby bawił się i rozkazywał, tak chłop jest po to, ażeby karmił innych i siebie. End of chapter 1 of Placówka by Bolesław Prus.
Kshama, by Thakur Srinath Singh. Read in Hindi for the 10th First Chapter Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Pratibha. बेटी, आज उधर मत जा। क्यों अम्मा, शंकर जी के लिए फूल कहाँ से आएंगे? बिना फूल के क्या शंकर की पूजा नहीं हो सकती? हो क्यों नहीं सकती? फिर ये तो ठीक है, पर जब फूल आसानी से मिल सकते हैं तो लाने में हर्ज ही क्या है? हर्ज क्यों नहीं है? देखना कैसी भयानक घटा घिरी है। ये पानी क्या जल्दी निकलने वाला है? और नाले के बढ़ जाने का तो डर अलग ही है। नहीं अम्मा, मैं अभी बात की बात में पानी बरसने के पहले ही वापस आ जाऊंगी। माता कुछ और कहने ही वाली थी कि लड़की दौड़कर नाले के उस पार हो रही। लड़की चतुर है, अभी चली आएगी, संध्या होने में भी तो कुछ देर है, इत्यादि बातें मन ही मन कहती हुई माता ऊपर की छत पर चली गई और बादलों की शोभा देखने लगी। रतनमाला, जैसा कि अब हम उस लड़की को कहेंगे, नाले के उस पार जाकर पीछे की ओर देखने लगी। उसी समय बादल गरज उठे। अकेली रतनमाला कुछ भयभीत हुई। उसके हृदय में माता के उपरोक्त शब्द गूंज उठे। कैसी भयानक घटा घिरी है, ये पानी क्या जल्दी निकलने वाला है? उसने सोचा, घर लौट चलूं, नाला भर जाएगा तो वास्तव में बड़ी कठिनाई पड़ेगी। फिर सोचा, अब आ गई हूं तो थोड़े से फूल लेती ही चलूं, इतनी जल्दी नाला नहीं बढ़ जाएगा। इसी उधेड़ बुन में वो बड़ी देर तक खड़ी रही। अंत में फूल लेकर ही वापस जाना निश्चित हुआ। जिन शंकर जी के लिए वो रोज फूल तोड़ने आती है, क्या वे उसकी इतनी भी सहायता न करेंगे कि थोड़ी देर तक पानी का बरसना रुका रहे? जरूर करेंगे। पर क्या वो शंकर जी के ही लिए फूल तोड़ने आती है? ये तो वही जाने। हाँ, ये बात अवश्य है कि यदि शंकर जी ना होते तब भी रतनमाला फूल तोड़ने आती। उसे फूल बहुत प्रिय है। वह फूलों की 2 मालाएं बनाती है, एक शंकर जी के लिए और दूसरी अपने लिए। इस पर भी वह पूजा समाप्त होते ही शंकर जी को बिना माला का कर देती है और दोनों मालाएं स्वयं पहन लेती है। इसी से ज्ञात होता है कि उसे शंकर जी का उतना ध्यान नहीं है जितना अपना। तो क्या शंकर जी इस बात को जानते हैं? संभव है जानते हों, पर इसके सिवाय कि पानी का बरसना ना रोके और क्या कर सकते हैं? रतनमाला को इसकी परवाह नहीं। वो शंकर जी के बल पर फूल लेने नहीं जाती, उसे अपने ऊपर पूरा भरोसा है। रतनमाला ने बड़े साहस के साथ बाग में प्रवेश किया। बाग में कोई नहीं था। चमेली खूब खिली थी। बात की बात में उसके अंचल की झोली भर गई। जिस प्रकार एक एक फूल उसकी झोली में गिर रहे थे, उसी प्रकार एक एक करके सैकड़ों विचार उसके हृदय को स्पर्श कर रहे थे। उसने सोचा, यदि इस बाग का मालिक मुसलमान न होता, कोई पंडित होता और उसके साथ रतनमाला का विवाह होता तो क्या होता? वो इस सारे बाग की मालकिन होती, फूलों की सेज पर सोती और फूलों ही की साड़ी पहनती। बाग के बीच में शंकर जी की मूर्ति होती, जिसके चरणों में आसपास की चमेली की लचीली और पतली टहनियाँ हवा के झोंकों से हिल हिल कर अपनी नई नई कलियाँ चढ़ा देती। सचमुच बड़ा सुखमय समय होता। रतनमाला ने एक ठंडी सांस ली। बाग का मालिक नूर मोहम्मद नित्य संध्या समय हवा खाने के लिए बाग में आता था। वो 25 वर्ष का खासा युवक था। उसका सफ़ेद कुर्ता और पैजामा दूर ही से चमक उठता था। उसके बालों की काट छाँट बड़ी हृदयहारिणी थी। था तो वो एक कट्टर मुसलमान, पर मोछ और दाढ़ी के सफाचट करवाने में उसने अपनी कट्टरता से काम नहीं लिया था। उसके गोरे और गोल चेहरे पर पान से रंगे होंठ बड़ी विचित्र शोभा पा रहे थे। चश्मे से बड़ी बड़ी आंखों की शोभा चौगुनी हो रही थी। वो रतनमाला को पहचानता था और रतनमाला उसको पहचानती थी। दोनों को कभी आपस में बात करने का अवसर नहीं पड़ा था। दोनों की ये पहचान भी एक दूसरे को इसी बाग में नित्य देखने के कारण हुई। रतनमाला उसकी ओर देख मन ही मन कहती, कैसा सुंदर युवक है। पर थोड़ी ही देर में जब वह सोचती कि यह मुसलमान है तो उसका मुंह आप से आप दूसरी ओर फिर जाता। वो अपने को धिक्कारती और फिर उसकी ओर ना देखने का प्रण करती। नूर मोहम्मद चाहे जहाँ रहता रतनमाला की ओर ज़रूर देखता रहता। उसकी समझ में रतनमाला भी एक फूल है जो नित्य संध्या समय उसके बाग की शोभा बढ़ा देता है। इस चलते फिरते फूल की इस बाग में कितनी आवश्यकता है, ये बात नूर मोहम्मद बराबर अनुभव कर रहा था, पर वो किसी से कुछ कहता सुनता न था। नूर मोहम्मद के दिल में कई बार ये इच्छा हुई थी कि वो रत्नमाला से कुछ बातचीत करे, पर ज्यों ही वो रत्नमाला की ओर जाने को होता त्यों ही वो फूल संभाल कर भागने को उद्यत सी जान पड़ती। ये देखकर वो जहाँ का तहाँ खड़ा रह जाता। आज कुछ अंधेरा होने के कारण वो चुपके चुपके रत्नमाला के पास पहुंच गया और बोला, ये रोज रोज की चोरी तो अच्छी नहीं है। रत्नमाला, चोरी किस बात की? नूर मोहम्मद, फूलों की। रत्नमाला, फूल तो मैं रोज आपके सामने ही तोड़ती हूँ, इसे आप चोरी कैसे कह सकते हैं? नूर मोहम्मद, चोरी कई प्रकार की होती है। रत्नमाला, होती होगी, मगर मैं तो किसी प्रकार की चोरी नहीं करती। नूर मोहम्मद, चोरी और सीना जोरी इसी को कहते हैं। इस बार रत्नमाला ने कोई उत्तर नहीं दिया। मालूम नहीं किस बात का क्या अर्थ निकाल कर नूर मोहम्मद झगड़ा खड़ा कर दे, यही सोचकर वह और चुप हो रही। माता के शब्द, कैसी भयानक घटा घिरी है, ये पानी क्या जल्दी निकलने वाला है, उसके हृदय में प्रतिध्वनित से हो उठे। भय से वो कांप उठी, हाथ से अंचल छूट गया और सारे फूल पृथ्वी बिखर पड़े। नूर मोहम्मद, फूल क्यों गिरा दिए? रत्नमाला, आपके फूल थे, आपके सामने उपस्थित हैं। नूर मोहम्मद, मैं तुमसे छीन तो नहीं रहा था। रत्नमाला, और किस तरह का छीनना होता है? रत्नमाला की आंखों से आंसू निकल पड़े। बड़ी देर से जो घटा घिरी थी उसने उसका पूरा साथ दिया। बड़ी बड़ी बूंदें पड़ने लगी, बिजली चमक गई और बादल गरज उठा। नूर मोहम्मद, बड़ी भूली हो, मैंने तो सिर्फ हंसी की थी, इतना भी नहीं समझती हो? कौन दर्जे में पढ़ती हो? रत्नमाला, इस वर्ष 8वीं कक्षा में पढ़ूंगी। नूर मोहम्मद, यानी मिडिल में? रत्नमाला, जी हाँ। नूर मोहम्मद, खूब पढ़ा, ये तुम्हारे पिता जैसे उत्साही आदमी का ही काम था, नहीं तो लड़कियों के पढ़ाने लिखाने की कौन परवाह करता है? रत्नमाला ने कोई उत्तर नहीं दिया। नूर मोहम्मद ने फिर कहा, अपने फूल उठा लो, पानी बरस रहा है, खराब हो जाएंगे। रत्नमाला फूल उठाने लगी। नूर मोहम्मद ने भी उसकी सहायता करते हुए कहा, इस बाग को अपना ही समझो, जब जितनी ज़रूरत पड़े फूल तोड़ सकती हो। रत्नमाला बिना कुछ उत्तर दिए फूल लेकर अपने घर की ओर जाने लगी, पर पानी का जोर बहुत हो गया था। वो एक पेड़ के नीचे धोती संभालने के लिए ज़रा ठहरी। नूर मोहम्मद ने उसका हाथ पकड़कर कहा, भीग जाओगी, सामने तुम्हारा घर ही तो है, 5 मिनट ठहर जाओ, पानी निकल जाने पर चली जाना। रत्नमाला, यहाँ भी तो भीग ही रही हूँ। नूर मोहम्मद, सामने की मस्जिद में चलो, वहाँ कोई भय नहीं है। ये कहकर वो रत्नमाला को खींचता हुआ मस्जिद की ओर ले चला। रत्नमाला मारे भय के थर थर काँपने लगी। नूर मोहम्मद उसके भय का कारण समझ गया और बोला, डरो मत, मस्जिद खुदा का घर है, वहाँ किसी प्रकार का अनिष्ट संभव नहीं है। और फिर तुम तो पढ़ी लिखी हो, पढ़ी लिखी लड़कियां कहीं इस प्रकार डरती हैं? ये सुनकर रत्नमाला के हृदय में कुछ बल आया। उसने कहा, मुझे छोड़ दीजिए, मैं आपसे नहीं डरती हूँ। भय है मुझे नाले के बढ़ जाने का, अम्मा घबरा रही होंगी, उन्होंने आते ही समय मने किया था। नूर मोहम्मद, नहीं, ऐसा नहीं होगा, भीग जाओगी तो तुम्हारे बाप कहेंगे नूर मोहम्मद के यहाँ ज़रा सी ठहरने को भी जगह नहीं मिली। वे मुझे खूब जानते हैं। हाँ, तुम ये कह सकती हो कि यहाँ पर कोई तीसरा आदमी नहीं है। अच्छा, मैं अपनी नौकरानी को बुलाता हूँ। यह कहकर उसने दादी दादी की आवाज़ लगाई, जिसके उत्तर में फटी और मैली धोती पहने हुए एक अधेड़ रमणी आकर उपस्थित हुई। उसका चेहरा बहुत ही गंभीर था और उस पर उदासी छाई हुई थी। मालूम होता था उसको जीवन में बहुत कष्टों का सामना करना पड़ा है। दादी ने आते ही ठिठक कर कहा, ऐं, चंद्रशेखर की लड़की? नूर मोहम्मद, हाँ, फूल तोड़ने आई थी, तब तक पानी आ गया, डर रही थी, इसलिए मैंने तुमको बुला लिया है। दादी ने रत्नमाला के पास जाकर कहा, बेटी डरो मत, ये तुम्हारा ही घर है। दादी को देखकर रत्नमाला को ढाढ़स हुआ। उसको अपने ऊपर बड़ी लज्जा आई। उसने मन ही मन कहा, नूर मोहम्मद की जैसी सुंदर सूरत है वैसा ही सुंदर उसका हृदय भी है। मैंने नाहक उसका अविश्वास किया था। वो तो मेरा सगा भाई सा जान पड़ता है। दादी एक तरफ बैठ गई और नूर मोहम्मद तथा रतनमाला में इधर उधर की बातें होने लगी। इन्हीं बातों द्वारा रतनमाला को मालूम हो गया कि नूर मोहम्मद एक उच्च घराने का मुसलमान है। यही नहीं, वह मोहम्मद पैगंबर के वंश का भी है। वो बड़ा धनी है। इसी वर्ष उसने अलीगढ़ कॉलेज से बीए पास किया है और डिप्टी कलेक्टरी के उम्मीदवारों में वो चुन लिया गया है। पर इस चर्चा से क्या लाभ? नूर मोहम्मद भले ही कुबेर के समान धनी और काम के समान सुंदर हो, आखिर है तो वो मुसलमान, और मुसलमान से दूर रहना ही हिंदू स्त्री का कर्तव्य है। आधे घंटे में पानी कुछ कम हुआ। रतनमाला मस्जिद के बाहर निकल आई और नाले पर पहुंची। पीछे पीछे नूर मोहम्मद भी आया। दादी मस्जिद में ही बैठी रही। नाला बड़ी तेजी से बह रहा था। नूर मोहम्मद ने कहा, आज यही रह जाओ, कल चली जाना। रतनमाला, ऐसा नहीं हो सकता। नूर मोहम्मद, क्या हर्ज है? रतनमाला, हमारे पिता को इस पार आना पड़ेगा। नूर मोहम्मद, ये तो ठीक है, पर जाओगी कैसे? रतनमाला, कूद पड़ूंगी और तैर जाऊंगी। नूर मोहम्मद, यदि डूबने लगी तो? रतनमाला, देखा जाएगा। नूर मोहम्मद समझ गया कि रतनमाला रुकने वाली लड़की नहीं है। थोड़ी ही दूर पर नाला यमुना से मिलता था। वहाँ एक छोटी सी डोंगी किनारे से बंधी थी। नूर मोहम्मद दौड़ कर उसे ले आया और रतनमाला से उस पर बैठने के लिए कहा। रतनमाला डोंगी पर बैठ गई और नूर मोहम्मद ने पतवार सीधी की। देखते ही देखते डोंगी उस पार पहुंच गई। नूर मोहम्मद ने कहा, आज तुमको मैंने इस नाले के पार किया है, पर इससे भी एक बड़ा नाला है, वो है संसार। मालूम नहीं उसके पार तुम्हें कौन करेगा। मैं तो शायद इतना भाग्यवान नहीं हूँ। रतनमाला ने कोई उत्तर नहीं दिया। ईश्वर जाने उसने इसका कुछ अर्थ समझा या नहीं। End of Chapter 1 of Kshama by Thakur Srinath Singh.
Underground London by John Hollingshead, read in English for the 10th First Chapter Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Peter Yearsley. Chapter 1. Dreams and Theories. There are more ways than one of looking at sewers, especially at old London sewers. There is a highly romantic point of view from which they are regarded as accessible, pleasant, and convivial hiding places for criminals flying from justice, but black and dangerous labyrinths for the innocent stranger. Even now, in these days of new police and information for the people, it would not be difficult to find many thousands who look upon them as secret caverns full of metropolitan banditti. When the shades of evening fall upon the city, mysterious whispered open sesames are heard in imagination near the trapdoor side entrances, and many London Hassaraks or Abdallahs in laced boots and velveteen jackets seem to sink through the pavement into the arms of their faithful comrades. Romances, as full of startling incidents as an egg is full of meat, have been built entirely upon this underground foundation, and dramas belonging to the class which are known as sensation pieces have been placed upon the stage to feed this appetite for the wonderful in connection with sewers. I have some recollection of a drama of this kind that I saw some years ago at one of the East End theatres, in which nearly all the action took place under huge dark arches, and in which virtue was represented in a good strong serviceable shape by an heroic sewer cleanser. Much was made of floods and flooding, which the flusher, who played the villain of the piece, seemed to have completely under his control, and it was not considered at all singular by the audience that a dozen men and women should be found walking high and dry under these mysterious arcades, as if in some place of public resort. Imagination generally loves to run wild about underground London, or the subways of any great city. Take away the catacombs of Paris, the closed, magnified, mysterious catacombs, and the keystone of a mass of French fiction falls to the ground. The dark arches of our own dear riverside Adelphi, familiarised, not to say vulgarised, as they have been, by being turned into a thoroughfare to coal wharves and halfpenny steamboats, are still looked upon as the favourite haunts of the wild tribes of London, or city Arabs, whatever these may be. A popular notion exists that those few sloping tunnels are a vast free lodging-house for hundreds of night wanderers, and that to those who have the watchword they form a passage leading to some riotous hidden haunt of vice. This belief prevails very largely amongst very quiet, respectable people, the class who live in the suburbs, feed upon serious literature, shudder when the metropolis, the modern Nineveh, is only mentioned in conversation, and who, by no chance, ever heard the chimes at midnight, or were caught wandering about the streets after 9 p.m. The passion for dreaming about subways, however, is not entirely confined to people who are totally ignorant of the existing outdoor world. Hundreds of traditions are cherished about secret passages said to have extended from St. Saviour's, Southwark, under the River Thames, or from old Canonbury House to the Priory at Smithfield. The people who cherish these traditions are not easily deceived by any fancy stories about life in London as it is now. They are too knowing for that, but they like to have their little dream of wonder about life in the Middle Ages. In vain does Mr. Roach Smith write, or do archaeological societies lecture upon these fragments of old masonry laid bare during the building of city warehouses or suburban settlements. The poor old monks are not to be saved so easily from a few damaging theories regarding their presumed habits, and the vestiges of ancient conduit heads or covered ways to protect water pipes are always thought to be the remains of murder caverns or cells for the unhappy victims of religious hatred. Footnote: the water pipes used in old times were not always embedded in the earth as they are now, but enclosed within a capacious arch of brickwork, into which workmen could descend to repair any decay or accident. Ellis's History of Shoreditch. End footnote. A piece of ordinary rust or of moist red brick is soon pictured as the trace of blood, and those who do not take this sanguinary view of these unearthed subways are always ready to regard them as cellars full of buried gold. Next to the romantic way of regarding sewers, there is the scientific or half-scientific way, which is not always wanting in the imaginative element. I remember attending an exhibition about 4 years ago at the Society of Arts, which, although it consisted only of engineering plans for the improvement of London subways, was amusing from the unpractical character of the schemes proposed. A number of designs were submitted to the Metropolitan Board of Works for the total subsurface reconstruction of the metropolitan streets, and these designs, about 40 in number, were referred to a committee of eminent engineers, whose task it was to give away certain money prizes. Nearly all the designs, as far as I recollect, exhibited the same features: a centre tunnel under the roadway, accessible by traps from the street, and containing the different pipes for gas, water, telegraphic wires, and sewage. The plan that got a prize of 100 guineas proposed to have arched brick vaults extending from the homes on each side of the tunnel, giving a solidity to the roadway, and increasing to a great extent the cellar accommodation of houses and warehouses. Another plan, which got a prize of 50 guineas, had no central tunnel under the roadway, but provided for the same purpose 2 side tunnels running parallel to each other, and connected with the houses on either side. The difference in the estimate of cost of the 2 plans was very great. The central tunnel scheme, requiring something like £36 sterling the lineal yard, to carry it out, and the side tunnel scheme being estimated to cost only £15 for each lineal yard. As the latter plan had 2 tunnels to construct in the place of 1, the great difference in cost must have arisen, if the calculations were correct, in the great area which the central tunnel projector proposed to build over with vaults. Many of the schemes exhibited were enlivened with pictures of the father of a family going down under the roadway in front of his house to see that the gas and water pipes were in proper order, and that no one had run away with the main sewer. A little more fancy on the part of the draftsman might have represented whole parties of visitors inspecting the underground labyrinth, as they would a conservatory at an evening party. Both the prize plans were regarded as very ornamental and excellent as pictures, but too expensive for practical application. The short central tunnel in King Street, Covent Garden, a pure experiment on the part of the Board of Works, undertaken perhaps to silence theorists, may appear to have been copied from the first plan, but, copied or not, it will probably be the only piece of fancy subway that London will see during the present century. The huddling together of gas and water pipes and telegraph wires on each side of the new road to make room for the Metropolitan Railway is some approximation to the second plan, though very hurriedly and rudely carried out. If we feel disposed to examine the scientific theoretical way of looking at sewers, there is no lack of material, and we may be at once surrounded by almost as many doctors as we should find at a meeting held to denounce the Bank Charter. It is a peculiarity of theorists upon sewers and drainage that they nearly all pull in different directions. Their name is Legion, but we should find it difficult to gather half a dozen of them together who would agree upon any consistent scheme of drainage. The 2 great plans that have occupied public attention for many years have been the purification of the Thames and the utilisation of London sewage. It is easy to talk about a noble river being made the flowing cesspool of some 363,000 inhabited houses, according to the census of 1861, and of some 2,800,000 inhabitants. It is easy to talk largely of 90 millions of gallons of sewage washed away every day through costly subways by 200 millions of gallons of rainfall, when they contain a daily fertilizing value of £360 sterling, or a sum that would reach more than £1 million sterling by the end of a year. It is this muddy stream, trickling from innumerable housetops, rushing down thousands of gullies, oozing through beds of gravel, draining off marshy meadows and ploughed land, or flowing from thousands of dwellings, that helps to wash out the hundreds of downward sewers and their miles of tributary channels. This process of washing scatters and dilutes the valuable elements of fertility, until they are said to be lost beyond all hope of recovery. Men of science, capitalists, and social reformers have consumed many years and much money in trying to restore this lost mass of valuable sewage to the hungry land, but nothing practical and remunerative in a commercial sense has ever been put before the public. Quote, "Considerable works," says Mr. Austin, "of the most expensive kind were constructed for distributing liquid very nearly worthless as manure over a district obtaining the valuable stable manure of the metropolis at the most economical rate by means of the return carts which convey to London the produce of the market gardens, and which would otherwise return empty. In fact, practically, this was little more than a company for supplying the market gardens of Fulham with water during periods of drought, and although, no doubt, a beneficial service, it will readily be imagined that the saving of labour of hand watering over a limited district of garden ground would produce no adequate return for so costly an establishment. End quote. Messrs. Hoffman and Witt, the eminent chemists employed upon a report for the government in 1857, give no very favourable opinion about the utilisation of sewage. Quote, "Everybody," they say, "admits the necessity of removing the daily excreta of so vast a population as that of the metropolis, of removing them rapidly, completely, and beyond the limits within which their decomposition would spread discomfort and disease. All admit, moreover, that the excreta of which we have to rid ourselves possess a very considerable value in an agricultural point of view, and that it would be highly desirable to recover the valuable matter. These points being granted, the question resolves itself into this: have we the means of accomplishing the latter desideratum, whilst satisfying the former condition? An inquiry into the nature of the valuable matter carried off in our sewers, an attentive examination of the chemical properties of the constituents, together with the consideration of the extraordinary and constantly increasing degree of dilution in which they exist, cannot fail to impress the chemist, on purely theoretical grounds, with the magnitude of the difficulties which oppose themselves to the successful accomplishment of the task. Nor do these difficulties diminish if the question be submitted to the test of experiment. Notwithstanding the numerous proposals which have been made, notwithstanding the variety of patents which have been taken out, we have no hesitation in stating our conviction that the problem of profitably recovering the valuable constituents of sewage remains up to the present moment altogether unsolved, and very faint indeed are the hopes that the progress of chemical discovery will supply the means of so doing. The valuable constituents of sewage are like the gold in the sand of the Rhine. Its aggregate value must be immense, but no company has yet succeeded in raising the treasure. Nevertheless, on considering the immense value of the matter thus annually lost, and remembering that it nearly equals that of the whole quantity of guano imported annually into the United Kingdom, it would be unwise rashly to abandon this source of wealth without the most strenuous efforts to save at least a portion of it. The only chance that remains of accomplishing so desirable a result would appear, so far as we can at present judge, to consist in employing the whole or a portion of the London sewage for the purposes of irrigation. In devising, therefore, means for rapidly and effectually ridding the metropolis of the sewage, it is desirable that they should not exclude the possibility of giving this mode of utilisation a fair trial. We have pressed the claims of the irrigation scheme in the accompanying report, not because we are sanguine as to its success, but because of the numerous propositions which have been made for the profitable disposal of the London sewage, it appeared to us the only one which deserves seriously to be entertained. If a more thorough examination of this scheme should lead to its rejection, and we almost fear this will be the case, if we have to give up the idea altogether of recovering the valuable constituents which are carried off in our sewers, then the metropolitan main drainage question, divested of one of its principal elements of complication, resolves itself into a problem, the solution of which belongs to the engineer alone." End quote. We have been taunted with the superior wisdom of the despised Chinese, who have no elaborate underground sewage system, and who, instead of carrying away their floods of sewage wealth into the sea by tunnels built at the cost of millions of money, gather it every morning by public servants with more regularity than our dust is called for by the contractors, and take it away to nourish agriculture. Our reply to this taunt is that people, adopting the vulgar superstition, who are as numerous as ants, and who have to live in boats because the land is too crowded to hold them with any comfort, must be often at their wits' end to procure food, and are therefore no models for a well-to-do civilized nation to copy. The two chief plans put forward about 13 or 14 years ago to secure the sewage refuse as manure were both carried so far as to form two public companies with Acts of Parliament. The plan of one company was to collect the contents of some of the Westminster and Pimlico sewers and convey them by a deep underground channel to Hammersmith, where a steam engine and other machinery were to distribute the manure in a liquid state to the market gardens of that neighbourhood. The plan of the other company was to collect the contents of three main sewers falling into the Thames between Vauxhall Bridge and Westminster Bridge, and, after allowing the liquid part to flow into the Thames, to deprive the refuse of its offensive smell and sell it as manure in a solid state. Both these projects fell through from their presumed commercial impracticability, but numberless plans and suggestions have, at different times, been brought before government commissions, the old Commissioners of Sewers, the present Metropolitan Board of Works, and the City Commissioners of Sewers. Even no further back than 1857, when the great intercepting scheme of the Metropolitan Board of Works, which is now in rapid progress towards completion, was under discussion, about 140 different plans were sent in by well-meaning amateurs, competent engineers, and persons interested in the great sewage question. Some of these proposals naturally bore the well-known trademark of Laputa, while others were almost practical in all their details, not quite. Without any wish to speak disrespectfully of sewage, I have a secret sympathy with old Sir Thomas Browne's feeling, and regard this daily mass of muck as a melancholy adjunct of our fallen state. Sewage, whether fluid or solid, mixed or unmixed, is very much like our convicts. Everybody wants to get rid of it, and no one consents to have it. The 140 gentlemen who kindly came forward uninvited to suggest a method of purifying the metropolis were compelled in the main to suggest that some selected spots should receive what London wished to reject. These spots were not Stratford-on-Avon, Windsor Park, the Crystal Palace, the South Kensington Museum, nor Belgrave Square, for very obvious reasons, but inferior settlements, inhabited by inferior people in the inferior outskirts. Most of these unfortunate places showed no sign of indignation, because they were ignorant of the dark propositions for their defilement lurking in blue books, or hinted at amongst the technicalities of a government engineering report. One favourite proposition was to defile the sea near the coast, and poison the great salt-water baths to which London resorts every summer for health and pleasure. Fortunately for the bathers, the sea opposed these propositions in a quiet chemical way. The action of marine salts upon sewage, not to put it too scientifically, is so offensive that fresh water must always be the first diluting agent employed before the whole mass is pumped into the sea. Amongst the different schemes lately placed at the service of the country for intercepting and removing the London sewage, many proposed to divide the metropolis into sewage districts and deal with the offensive material on true local self-government principles. One gentleman proposed to furnish each house with 3 iron tanks, hermetically sealed, in which the house sewage was to be collected each week, and then carried by drays to some railway, and then by excursion trains 30 miles into the country. Another gentleman proposed similar tanks, supplied with charcoal and ashes as deodorizing boxes, and another proposed the Chinese plan of preserving the sewage for certain companies under penalties, which companies were to manufacture manure by boiling the sewage with clay or sawdust. Other projectors proposed to favour the mouth of the Kensington Canal, the bank of the River Lee, the Deptford Creek near Greenwich, and Battersea Creek, with 4 great divisional depots where the whole of the London sewage was to be conveyed and deodorised. Another gentleman proposed to bring half the southern sewage across the river at the Thames Tunnel, and the other half across the river in iron pipes at some higher spot not specified, the material, when delivered, to be filtered, deodorised, and utilised. The peculiarity of this scheme was the bold proposal to defile the Thames Tunnel, and wake up this wonder of joint stock credulity from its long sleep of idleness. Another projector proposed to favour Erith, Rainham, Wandsworth, and Putney with 4 great sewage receiving depots, or else to carry the whole mass to New Haven in Sussex and throw it into the sea. Another gentleman suggested that the sewage should be collected from the houses and streets into large portable cisterns floating in the river, and that at stated times steam tugs should call at each station and tow this unsightly fleet far out to sea to get rid of its contents. Several other gentlemen proposed to moor vessels at the mouths of each of the existing sewers which run into the river, 185 in number, and to connect the vessels with the sewers by means of iron or flexible pipes. The water of the sewage was to pass off by filtration, and the more valuable matter was to be left in the vessels. When they had loaded themselves, like milkmaids, at the sources of supply, these barks were to hawk their contents about at any ports where manure was likely to be in demand. No provision seems to have been made for back cargoes. One gentleman wished to take the sewage away in iron vessels and drop it quietly, when no one was looking, into the sea, while another gentleman, evidently thinking that criminals ought to suffer a little sewage infliction for their offences, proposed to form great deodorising caverns from Blackfriars Bridge to the House of Correction. Another projector proposed to deal with the mass as if it were gas or water, and to lay it on to the country in main and branch pipes. Several projectors hit upon this plan, and 2 proposed to carry it out by pumping the sewage up to a sufficient height to allow it to flow along pipes stretching in different directions into the country. Another projector suggested that the railways should be favoured with 4 great out-of-town main sewers running parallel with their lines of roadway. Another gentleman boldly proposed to cut the Thames in half by diverting the stream from the river at Teddington to afford a pure water supply for London. The sewers were to be scoured by this diverted stream, and the sewage was to be removed by means of a tunnel and emptied into the sea at Rochford in Essex. The southern sewage was to be conveyed across the river to the north side at the Thames Tunnel, and the main feature of this scheme was to provide a river channel up which the salt water should flow unadulterated to London. Another projector proposed to divide the Thames into tidal Thames and stream Thames, and to stop the sewage by deodorising works from flowing into the river. Certain other projectors proposed to take 1/2 of the Thames Tunnel as a sewer for conveying the northern sewage to join the southern sewage. When combined, they suggested, like many others, that the whole mass should be taken to some point of the south coast and poured into the sea. One projector suggested that all communication between the sewers and the river should at once be cut off, and the sewage preserved for manure. And a lady, the one female projector among the number, proposed to have sewers stretching from all parts of London, from which the sewage could be poured in fertilising streams all over the country on each side of the Thames. Her final reservoir was still the unoffending sea, and she proposed to construct small reservoirs at convenient distances along the sewers, which were to be opened as shops, where the farmers could call and purchase cheap liquid manure. Another projector, more fanciful than any of his competitors, proposed to carry the sewage through the air by vast atmospheric tubes on both sides of the river, beginning somewhere about Putney and terminating, as usual, in a great deodorizing reservoir on the sea coast. Another projector proposed to construct 2 great sewers under the River Thames, a favourite but costly plan. And another gentleman thought he could deodorize sewage and ventilate the sewers by passing all the smoke of London into them. Another projector suggested that sewage should be first deodorized and then totally consumed by burning, and asked for government aid to commence experiments on the power of fire to consume solid sewage. He suggested that Erith should be the locality favoured with these terrific experiments. Another projector proposed that the Thames should be purified by throwing into it about 2,000 tons of chloride of sodium per week, which would cost about £39,000 sterling per annum. Another gentleman proposed to boil the sewage slightly by way of deodorization before it reached the sewers, and another projector suggested that the ordinary course of things should be reversed, and that instead of the Thames being flushed by the sewers should be so altered that they should be flushed by the river. Most of these plans, with 100 others, are based upon an idea that the Thames would be converted into a crystal stream if the sewage now flowing from it, from nearly 200 downward main sewers, could only be diverted. The plan which Mr. Bazalgette is now carrying out, as the engineer of the Metropolitan Board of Works, is certainly framed to divert this sewage by a system of intercepting and outfall sewers. But Mr. Bazalgette and Mr. Hayward, and even their government opponents, never looked forward to such a purification of our noble river. There was a time, within the memory of our fathers, and not more remote than 50 years ago, when dozens of fishing punts were moored between the London bridges, and the fishermen, mostly amateurs, had no reason to be discontented with their hauls. In those days, if business was slack at the office, the warehouse, or the shop, or if the morning postman brought no letters that took more than an hour to answer, the old gentlemen used to take their hats, wink at their clerks as they passed out, under the shallow pretence of keeping appointments, and slink down the winding alleys towards the river. At one of these little brown shops, a few of which are still left as vestiges of a decayed trade, where a tapering rod hung out like a barber's pole, and a glistening stuffed fish over the low doorway spun round like a doll at a marine store with every breeze of wind, they called in for the tackle, which they had not the courage to carry through Cheapside or Cornhill, and were soon pushed off by sympathizing watermen into the middle of the stream. Those were the days of Gravesend hoys, of a belief in long distances, and of 5-shilling rowing fares to Chelsea. But with all this peace and quietness, it is doubtful if the river was without stain and without reproach. It had nothing to do then with the refuse of the 1,000,000 people on its banks, for the cesspool system was strictly applied to houses, and the sewers conveyed nothing but rain and waste water. For all this, however, competent authorities declined to believe in its crystal clearness, and Messrs. Bidder, Hawksley, and Bazalgette have said as much in their great report of 1858 on metropolitan main drainage. Quote, "Within the metropolis," they say, "the Thames could never have been a silvery stream. There can indeed be no doubt that if every particle of sewage were removed from the river, the Thames as it now exists, with its rapid tide and its enormous traffic, must still remain a muddy water, differing but little in appearance from its present condition. The referees themselves admit they do not anticipate that the Thames will present the appearance of a clear stream until the projecting headlands at the termination of every reach shall have been protected from being washed away bit by bit. Several causes have contributed to the present condition of the river and of its banks. The removal of Old London Bridge has greatly augmented the tidal scour. The improved drainage of the land has brought down the upland waters with increased expedition after rainfall, thereby diminishing the quantity of water in the river in hot weather, and adding to the quantity of earthy matters conveyed by the floods. The agitation of the water by the action of steamboats, and the augmented velocity of the current induced by the removal of obstacles to the tidal flow, these operate to retain the mud in a state of suspension. The scour, the floods, and the agitation are the most influential contributors to the existing appearance of the river, and these will remain in operation and continue to produce like effects after the sewage shall have been withdrawn. We may therefore at once state that the production of a clear or sensibly purified stream in or near the metropolis will prove a hopeless task, unless some powerful ruler shall in a future age determine to improve the appearance of the river at the expense of its commerce by damming back the tide at Greenwich or Woolwich. Were there no population whatever existing on the Thames, the banks of the river, from its mouth to above the western limits of the metropolitan area, would, in the present condition of things, be covered with mud deposits in consequence of tidal action alone, and the water remain almost as turbid as it is now." End quote. This is rather a rude blow given to 1,000 of those splendid dreams which are fed even by such muddy food as the London sewage. Turning our backs to a great extent upon sewer theorists and their theories, it may be well to make something like a stock-taking survey of underground London. Much capital has been sunk year after year. Much more will have to be sunk, and many ratepayers may like to hear, in a gossiping way, what they have got for their money. The task of collecting this information and setting it forth is not quite so agreeable as a tour in Iceland, but some harmless drudges must do this parochial work, as some men must black boots, empty dust holes, and sweep crossings. It is good sometimes to put the great epic, the great picture, or the great statue aside, and to walk round the parish pump with a desire to know something about it. End of Chapter 1 of Underground London by John Hollingshead.
Aline et Valcour by Marquis de Sade, read in French for the 10th first chapter collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. Lettre première. D'Éterville à Valcour. Paris, 3 juin 1778. Nous soupâmes hier, Eugénie et moi, chez ta divinité, mon cher Valcour. Que faisais-tu? Est-ce jalousie? Est-ce bouderie? Est-ce crainte? Ton absence fut pour nous une énigme qu'Aline ne put ou ne voulut pas nous expliquer, et dont nous eûmes bien de la peine à comprendre le mot. J'allais demander de tes nouvelles, quand 2 grands yeux bleus respirant à la fois l'amour et la décence vinrent se fixer sur les miens et m'avertirent de feindre. Je me tus. Peu après je m'approchai. Je voulus demander raison du mystère. Un soupir et un signe de tête furent les seules réponses que j'obtins. Eugénie ne fut pas plus heureuse. Nous ne pressâmes plus. Mais madame de Blamont soupira, et je l'entendis. C'est une mère délicieuse que cette femme, mon ami. Je doute qu'il soit possible d'avoir plus d'esprit, une âme plus sensible, autant de grâce dans les manières, autant d'aménité dans les mœurs. Il est bien rare qu'avec autant de connaissances on soit en même temps si aimable. J'ai presque toujours remarqué que les femmes instruites ont dans le monde une certaine rudesse, une sorte d'apprêt qui fait acheter cher le plaisir de leur société. Il semble qu'elles ne veuillent avoir de l'esprit que dans leur cabinet, ou que, n'en trouvant jamais assez dans ceux qui les entourent, elles ne daignent pas s'abaisser jusqu'à montrer celui qu'elles possèdent. Mais combien est différente de ce portrait l'adorable mère de ton Aline. En vérité, je ne m'étonnerais pas qu'une telle femme, quoique âgée de 36 ans, fît encore de grandes passions. Pour monsieur de Blamont, pour cet indigne époux d'une trop digne femme, il fut tranchant, systématique, et bourru comme s'il eût siégé sur les fleurs de lys. Il se déchaîna contre la tolérance, fit l'apologie de la torture, nous parla avec une sorte de jouissance d'un malheureux que ses confrères et lui faisaient rouer le lendemain, nous assura que l'homme était méchant par nature, qu'il n'était rien qu'on ne dût faire pour l'enchaîner, que la crainte était le plus puissant ressort des monarchies, et qu'un tribunal chargé de recevoir des délations était un chef-d'œuvre de politique. Ensuite il nous entretint d'une terre qu'il venait d'acheter, de la sublimité de ses droits, et surtout du projet qu'il a d'y rassembler une ménagerie, dont je te réponds bien qu'il sera la plus méchante bête. Il arriva, quelques minutes avant de servir, une autre espèce d'individu, court et carré, l'échine ornée d'un juste corps de drap olive, sur lequel régnait du haut en bas une broderie large de 8 pouces, dont le dessin me parut être celui que Clovis avait sur son manteau royal. Ce petit homme possédait un fort grand pied affublé sur de hauts talons, au moyen desquels s'appuyaient 2 jambes énormes. En cherchant à rencontrer sa taille, on ne trouvait qu'un ventre. Désirait-on une idée de sa tête? On n'apercevait qu'une perruque et une cravate, du milieu desquelles s'échappait, de temps à autre, un fossé discordant qui laissait à soupçonner si le gosier dont il émanait était effectivement celui d'un humain ou d'une vieille perruche. Ce ridicule mortel, absolument conforme à l'esquisse que j'en trace, se fit annoncer Monsieur Dolbourg. Un bouton de rose qu'Aline, au même instant, jetait à Eugénie, vint troubler malheureusement les lois de l'équilibre que s'était imposé le personnage pour en déduire sa révérence d'entrée. Il heurta le bouton de rose et définitivement nous arriva par la tête. Ce choc inattendu, cet ébranlement subit des masses, avait un peu dérangé les attraits factices. La cravate vola d'un côté, la perruque de l'autre, et le malheureux ainsi répandu et dégarni excita dans ma folle Eugénie une attaque de rire à tel point spasmodique qu'on fut obligé de l'emporter dans un cabinet voisin où je crus qu'elle s'évanouirait. Aline se contint. Le président se fâcha. Monsieur de Blamont se mordait les lèvres pour ne pas éclater et se confondait en marques d'intérêt. 2 laquais ramassèrent le petit homme qui, semblable à une tortue retournée, ne pouvait plus reprendre l'élasticité nécessaire à se rétablir sur son plat. On le remboîta dans sa perruque. La cravate fut artistement renouée. Eugénie reparut, et l'annonce du souper vint heureusement tout remettre en ordre, en obligeant chacun à ne plus s'occuper que d'une même idée. Les politesses marquées du président au petit homme, l'assurance ultérieure que je reçus qu'il avait 100 000 écus de rente, ce que j'aurais parié sur sa figure, la contrainte d'Aline, l'air souffrant de madame de Blamont, les efforts qu'elle faisait pour dissiper sa chère fille, pour empêcher qu'on ne s'aperçût de la gêne dans laquelle elle était, tout me convainquit que ce malheureux traitant était ton rival, et rival d'autant plus à craindre qu'il me parut que le président en était engoué. Oh mon ami, quel assemblage! Unir à un mortel si prodigieusement ridicule une jeune fille de 19 ans, faite comme les grâces, fraîche comme Hébé, et plus belle que Flore, à la stupidité même oser sacrifier l'esprit le plus tendre et le plus agréable, adapté à un volume épais de matière, l'âme la plus déliée et la plus sensible, joindre à l'inactivité la plus lourde un être pétri de talent. Quel attentat, Valcour! Oh non, non! Ou la Providence est insensible, ou elle ne le permettra jamais. Eugénie devint sombre sitôt qu'elle soupçonna le forfait. Folle, étourdie, un peu méchante même, mais prête à donner son sang à l'amitié, elle passa rapidement de la joie à la plus extrême colère, dès que je lui eus fait part de mes soupçons. Elle regarda son amie, et des larmes coulèrent sur ses joues de rose que venait d'épanouir la gaieté. Elle engagea sa mère à se retirer de bonne heure, elle n'y pouvait tenir, Et si ce forfait était réel, il n'y avait rien, disait-elle en frappant des pieds, qu'elle ne fît pour l'empêcher. Mais Aline s'obstinait au silence. Madame de Blamont ne faisait que soupirer quand je l'interrogeais, et nous nous retirâmes. Voilà, mon cher Valcour, l'état dans lequel j'ai laissé les choses. Tu dois à ma sincère amitié de m'instruire de tout ce que tu peux savoir de plus. Attends tout de la mienne, de celle d'Eugénie, et sois convaincu que le bonheur qui s'apprête pour nous ne peut réellement être parfait tant que nous supposerons des obstacles à celui d'Aline et au tien. End of Chapter 1 of Aline Valcour.
British Ferns, Club Mosses and Horsetails by Daniel Ferguson, M.A., read in English for the 10th First Chapter Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Peter Yearsley. Chapter 1. Past History. Quote, Here about the beach I wandered, nourishing a youth sublime, with the fairy tales of science and the long result of time. End quote. Tennyson. To every boy or girl who falls in early years under the spell of the fairy tales of childhood, there comes a time, sooner or later, when the doings of giants and fairy godmothers, the secrets of enchanted castles, and the wondrous powers of magic carpets cease to charm. Happy are they who, at this time, have their thoughts directed to those greater marvels of which the poet sings, quote, the fairy tales of science and the long result of time. End quote. In the first volume of this series, entitled Wild Flowers and Their Wonderful Ways, the fairy tale which science has revealed in the lives of plants is unfolded, and what an entrancing tale it is. But we may not retell it here. Rather have we to deal with one of the long results of time, as ferns and those strange relatives of theirs, club mosses and horsetails, have been proved to be the descendants of plants that grew millions of years ago. Let us try to picture what the world was like at that very remote period. Large tracts of the land surface of the globe then consisted of dense swamps, intersected by slow-flowing rivers on their way to the seas. So great was the heat that moisture in the form of vapour was continually rising from the surface of the swamps, rivers, and seas. The thick clouds of mist thus formed acted as a screen between the blazing sun and the earth. Under such conditions of heat, moisture, and shade, the plant life of the period was of extraordinary luxuriance. Dense forests with trees of gigantic size, far exceeding in height the monarchs of our present-day British woods, and a close tangled undergrowth of many smaller forms of vegetation covered the muddy swamps. 6 great groups of plants are known to have inhabited these dense forests, but only 3 of the 6, namely ferns, club mosses, and horsetails, are represented among British plants today. Till a few years ago, ferns were regarded as one of the most important of these ancient groups. Recent research, however, has shown that this view must be greatly modified. Many of the plants hitherto looked upon as true ferns have been shown not to have been so in reality. While they resembled true ferns very closely in their foliage, they differed from the latter in their fruits, a very important distinction, as will appear later. In view of these discoveries, we can no longer look upon true ferns as either the most abundant or the most characteristic plants of the period. Still, it is not disputed that this group of plants, namely true ferns, then attained a luxuriance of which their modern representatives, the ferns of our countryside, with the possible exception of the sturdy bracken, bear little or no traces. Like the ferns, the British club mosses and horsetails of today give little indication that they are the descendants of plants which at one time literally overshadowed the earth. The ancient club mosses were gigantic plants, often 60 feet or more in height. Their stems were thickly clad with leaves, arranged sometimes spirally and sometimes in vertical rows. Our modern British club mosses, on the other hand, are very insignificant both in size and number. Like their ancestors, they have their stems thickly clothed with leaves, but the leaves are never more than 1/4 of an inch in length. With a superficial resemblance to true mosses, they creep almost unseen and unrecognised along the heather-clad slopes of our hills and mountains. Horsetails, or paddock pipes as they are called by farmers and others, are those strange plants with cylindrical and frequently fluted stems, cone-like heads, and whorls or circles of leaves with well-marked nodes, note, points on the stem from which the leaves spring, end note, which so puzzle the young student of nature when he takes his walks abroad. But while the tallest of our present-day native horsetails seldom exceeds 5 feet in height, the ancient horsetails were tall trees, rivalling in height and abundance the club mosses of the period. Like their descendants, they too possessed cylindrical stems, leaves in whorls, and distinctly marked nodes. Now, it must not be imagined that these ancient groups of plants, the ancestors of the British ferns, club mosses, and horsetails of today, were similar in every detail to the now existing species. Consider the vast period of time, millions of years, which separates us from the age when these ancient ferns and their relatives flourished, and all the changes which the world has undergone since then. Such changes, scientists are always reminding us, are one of the chief causes of the variations or modifications which have taken place during the course of the ages in plants and animals. Therefore it is not to be wondered at if our modern ferns and their allies show many points of divergence from the ancient types. To these changes, which completely altered the face of the earth, we can only make a very brief reference. Geologists believe that the land must have sunk beneath the seas and buried the then existing vegetation under huge masses of sand and mud. How many of these sinkings and buryings took place we need not dwell on here, but we must take notice of the results which followed, for the coal which we find so useful today is composed of the buried trunks, branches, leaves, and seeds of the plants which grew during this bygone age. The pressure of the underlying deposits of mud and sand hardened the vegetable remains into a solid mass, which, altered by chemical changes, was finally transformed into coal. The subsequent changes which again altered the earth's crust and finally moulded it into its present form produced conditions under which these ancient plants found it difficult to maintain their position in the plant world. Some died out completely, while others, as we have seen, lingered on, though in a very degenerate form. Could we have lived under the conditions which prevailed at that remote period, and have seen the fern alliance in all its glory, and then have slept Rip Van Winkle-like through the vast intervening cycles of years, how great would be our astonishment on awakening to behold how the former things had passed away, how difficult it would be to persuade us that the degenerate ferns, club mosses, and horsetails found in Britain today are the descendants of the luxuriant vegetation of long ago. Yet, strange as it may appear, botanists are able to prove this is really the case. We read of how fossil bones and shells have been found embedded in rocks, and we have no hesitation in believing that they are the remains of animals that lived ages ago. But plants are composed of a more perishable substance, and it is hard to believe it is possible that we can expect to find fossil plants. Nor do we, as a matter of fact, find the actual substance of which the plants were composed preserved for us, but we discover that these ancient plants have left traces of their existence in the rocks, and the botanist, skilled in deciphering such traces, can read for us their story in much the same way as the historian can picture for us the past of a nation from a study of historical relics. What are these traces? When the sinking of the land, to which we have already referred, took place, many leaves, twigs, branches, stems, and seeds must have been embedded in the mud or sand. By the time this mud or sand had solidified, forming a slaty shale or a sandstone, the actual substance of the plant fragments would have completely disappeared, but impressions of their outward forms would be left on the newly formed rocks. Some of the hollow impressions would be filled up again by later deposits of mud or sand, and then we should have what is called a cast of the original plant fragment, or, as sometimes happened, the stem, or rather part of the stem, of a plant may have been buried in a material containing some mineral in solution. As the substance of the plant decayed, it was replaced particle by particle by the mineral matter, which subsequently hardened, so that an almost perfect model of the original stem fragment, sometimes including both internal and external features, was formed. But these petrifactions, as they are called, are not so common as casts and impressions. All three are termed fossil plants. From a study of these fossils, the botanist is able to reconstruct in imagination the plants which grew during the age when ferns and their allies predominated. He sees also resemblances in structure between those old-time plants and certain forms which exist today. These points of resemblance, very marked in some cases, lead him to the conclusion that our present-day British ferns, club mosses, and horsetails must be the descendants of the ancient plants we have mentioned in this chapter. Knowing, too, the conditions which are necessary for the luxuriant growth of such plants, he is able to picture for us what the earth was like in a very remote past. End of Chapter 1 of British Ferns, Club Mosses and Horsetails by Daniel Ferguson, M.A.